Great Sunday, everyone. This is my Sunday voice. How is everybody doing? So, let me introduce our panelists for today. We have Coach K, Mistaken, Enas, Penny, the AP, Harrison, Luis, and Hink. Marky Mark will be joining us a little shortly. My name is Shan Monet, not to be confused with Shantae or Shantae. And this is a chic critique. Y'all, it's just a bad day. I can just tell already. The weather acting the food. I'm over here losing my words, my mind. What is going on? That's because Sunday is a day of rest and I'm messing it up. That's what it is.
You're good.
Did you see my message, Kay? It's coming towards you. I just saw y'all lit up on the screen.
I did. We have a watch until 11. So thank you. Thank you, Hank, for saying that. Thank you for telling me, Sham.
I would assume that Hink is going to show us that nice, handsome face. Right? Yay, nay?
Yes, I am.
Look at that.
Bless you.
Look at it.
Bless you. That's what I'm bless you.
Delicious.
I see what type of Sunday this gonna be. I see right now.
All right, you guys.
It looked like he using that Teach Henley.
Shout out to
Shout out to Teach. That was a good one, Mistaken. It is looking nice over there, I must say. All right, you guys, we are talking about duty versus happiness. I often hear the guys especially saying, you don't marry because you want to be happy, you marry because of your duty. So we're going to be talking about that. What does that look like? Anybody want to answer that question? What do you guys think is duty? When guys say you don't marry for happiness, you marry for duty, what do you think that means? Anybody? Not really an official question. I just wanted to get your idea before we get into it.
I'll jump in. I think, at least the way I hear it from the men, is that like in the moments where you're not happy, because happiness is fleeting, still do the things that you're supposed to do, and not just you're doing it when you're happy, right? It's not so transactional, and it's more of a consistency thing.
Anybody else? Go ahead. Penny, did you want to say anything?
I think when I think of duty, I think someone or a man picking a woman based off of what he can get from her versus what he likes. So if he sees a woman that is more family oriented, or if he sees a woman that is very nurturing, but he would like something else visually, maybe he would pick that person over what he likes because of duty, because of his legacy.
I think duty versus happiness is that, like, irregardless of how you feel, there's certain things that you need to continue to go out. Like, if a brother is walking down the street and something's about to pop off, he has a duty, no matter how he feels, whether he's scared, whether he know what to do, he has a duty to step up. So no matter how you feel about it, duty supersedes how you feel. Now, granted, happiness isn't the end of the world or something that, that is wrong to desire, but too many times I see like happiness is everything, and if you ain't happy, which is a fleeting emotion, like people are just gonna just leave whenever they feel like it.
Anybody else want to get? So do you think that duty, because I heard Enas, you think duty comes, but okay, so I hear Penny and I hear Enas, and I also hear you, Harrison. Do you think duty with Enas, duty comes after marriage? So meaning once you have chosen a mate and you guys are married, that's when duty sets in? Or do you guys think, when more so what Penny was saying, duty is more so of you're going in thinking dutiful thoughts? Which do you think? Because the reason why I asked that, because we have to remember, most people aren't married. Most people are in committed relationships in our community, at least. So, with that being said, do you think the duty only makes a difference as it relates to marriage, or do you think duty starts before marriage?
I was just gonna say, I think everyone has some level of duty in any aspect of their life. So I think people have duties whether they're in a relationship or not. However, in a relationship, I do think that there are levels in terms of duty prior to marriage. Um, I think there's a level of obligation and expectations that come along when you're like in the, I guess, what would you say? Not dating, but more along the lines like when you're about to become like a fiance, so to speak.
Courting?
Yeah, in that courting stage, because I think that is going to help you determine whether or not you do need to move forward. So I think sometimes that duty should occur prior to the marriage, but I think once you're married, that duty becomes even more, I guess, serious.
I'm trying to I'm trying to sort out because Shan, your second question was a very interesting question. The the duty before marriage or after marriage, and what is it that why do we choose to get married? I think is the more important piece to that question is, and I'm kind of going to lay this out to the men, and because the duty happens after marriage. Duty is the reason why we typically don't get divorced. Duty is why we stay in marriages, right? Why do we get married to begin with? And I'm gonna kind of lay that out to the fellas to see if we can get some conversation moving with the gentlemen, because I think that's a very interesting question, the way you posed the second question. So what do you think, Harrison, Hink, and Luis?
If for a brother to get married, you know, a lot of brothers get married because of their religious beliefs. That's usually the first thing a lot of brothers do, or something that if you want to do, be considered doing right by a woman, you got to marry them. So that's usually the first two things that comes up for a brother to decide to marry. Now, I think most of the time, a lot of the reasons why brothers would initially want to get married is because of some sort of love or care, or you feel like, you know, this person is helpful, um, somebody you can talk to, you know, they're not too crazy because, you know, some people think all women are crazy. So, you know, you're going to have some level of crazy to accept. But for the most part, some level of dedication, love, reciprocation, respect in order for a brother to consider it. But I think most of the time, oftentimes, I think that we marry because we're told in order for you to do right by a woman is to marry her. That's what I think is the main one.
So duty first, in your opinion, because that's a dutiful thing.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
just I'm just starting the conversation. I'm trying to, because I, like me now reconsidering it, it is the question is, why am I, right? So I'm just curious what you gentlemen's thoughts are.
I mean, one of my thoughts, starting off is okay, so we're talking about duty versus happiness in the juxtaposition in which happens between the both. So I've heard legacy, I've heard family, and those are the two that kind of stick out for me and resonate. But then I started to write unselfishness, responsible, supportive, self-awareness, and hardworking. I think we can kind of all agree that those are all hallmarks that fall under duty. Now, happiness, like the sister said, is fleeting, and I think that we could put a lot of components in on what makes people happy. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's trips, whether it's spending some time by themselves, or anything else that they can self indulge. But to answer the question about the relationship versus marriage, relationships are about agreement. Marriage is about commitment. If we only cared about agreement, nobody would get married. Because if I could just be in a relationship with you and we have an agreement, we have an understanding, right? Why does the marriage have to be the ultimate commitment if I'm committing to you by the form of our agreement that we're going to be together when I build this life, right? I think those two are mutually not the same because someone could walk away and be like, hey, I'm not feeling this today. I think that we need to reconcile and go our ways, et cetera, right? Versus you're in a committed, like you are signed up, just like a mortgage, just like a lease, just like anything else. You know that you are in it for the long haul. You know what I'm saying? Agreement is temporary until two parties no longer are in alignment or agree with each other versus a commitment where they know that there's a lot of things at stake: children, mortgages, assets, finances, etc. There is a vested commitment to make this work and to communicate and work with each other to make it go home. They're not mutually exclusive. Are you?
Like
Well,
that.
Chantel, you want to let me talk, or you want?
Oh no, go ahead. I just told him I like that. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I know I'm on thin ice when it comes to Chic critique show. This might be my last and only time because I say some controversial bull crap. So with me, most men wouldn't get married if the woman doesn't require. I said it many times before. We wouldn't do it if you don't require. We're gonna continue to be your lifetime partner. That's what we'll be, your lifetime girlfriend. We'll be okay with that. But once the requirement's there, the standard's there, that's your expectations. Now we have to adjust and adapt. But once we do it, we realize it's a duty. So I agree with the part about it's a duty. Yes, I do agree with that. But for the most part, two is always better than one. So, I'm a definitely look for a woman who's going to bring more than just happiness to my life. I need more than that. It's going to take more than that because I can find other things that bring happiness, right? But just the point of having some type of companionship, somebody to talk to engage with on a regular basis. You know what I'm saying? That's going to be there. She ain't got to go to her place. I go to mine. No, we're together. We're in one. We're all one. We're a unit. So that's the other, I guess, thing for me as far as marriage and why I do why I'm going to do or willing to do.
I have a quick, just a follow-up question for you, Hank. If we men will be in a relationship forever, if a woman doesn't, I don't want to say demand, but set the expectation that marriage is what she's looking for. If she sets that expectation, what prevents us from moving on to someone who doesn't set that expectation?
Well, it depends on the woman. If she's a great woman, you're not gonna fatten the frog for these other snakes to eat. So you're gonna bless her with your last name. That's what you're gonna do if you're smart. Now, if she's not a good woman, then you Uber back to the streets and allow everybody else to have their way with her, and then be on to the next, if that's the case. But if she's one of those type of women that hey man, I'd be a fool to let her go. Then you'll go down to K Jewelers and buy that engagement ring and do what you need to do.
Okay.
So do you guys think that duty is more important than happiness? Because I hear a lot of people stating, oh, you're not supposed to marry for happiness. You're supposed to marry for duty.
I think duty's what's going to make the thing last or help it last.
And I agree with Hank.
Yeah, when there isn't happiness, because there won't be all the time.
Times. Go ahead, Inaz.
So I'm hearing everybody talk, and this kind of question popped in my mind of like, is duty coming after marriage like the way of old? And now with all of the hesitation of women leaving marriages for the sake of happiness, are men now requiring a woman to show a level of duty before committing to marriage?
I would agree with that. I think that a lot of people, I think a lot of women need to show some of those characteristics and quality to know what type of person you are and what type of family you come from and what type of value system you have. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people are not asking those questions or having those types of conversations, and they don't know. And it's like, okay, like we've been in this relationship or this situationship and we like each other and evolve, but I don't know how you handle this or how you handle that. Or, you know what I'm saying, what are your feelings and thoughts about responsibility? What are your thoughts and feelings about, being playing in a supportive role? And sort of a lot of people today tend to kind of wing relationship. A lot of people are kind of shooting from the hips. Let's just be very honest. You know what I'm saying? It's the wild, wild west out there a little bit. For those who are honestly and genuinely moving with intentions, they have a much better vetting and filtering system as opposed to them picking mates. But most people are just trying to find their way. And what tends to get missed is those important conversations that allow you to understand whether this woman has or possesses all these qualities or even grew up, being a wife. Some people don't never, never saw their mother be a wife to their father because that person wasn't present or they passed away or there wasn't other avenues or other members in their family where they seen that. So we're not a monolith. There are pockets of different cases, but I think for the most part, the way our society has shifted, we tend to kind of want, in air quotes, these old values and traditions. But today we are moving and operating in a completely different manner where we understand that inherently a lot of people are not growing up in the same type of household with the same value or similar structure systems. Are you?
I was going to say, so kind of going back, because it was just reeling in my head in terms of, do a person have a duty prior to marriage? So in my mind, what I was thinking is a responsibility. So I just kind of looked up, is there a difference between duty and responsibility? And I was like, oh, okay. So I think prior to a marriage, you have responsibility. And you have duty after a marriage. And so what I found out is that duty is basically something that has to deal with being like a moral obligation or a legal obligation, by law, things like that. So when you're not married, you don't have a legal obligation to anybody, or no moral obligation to them in that regard when we're looking at duty. But the responsibility is more along the lines of, that's something in which you take on yourself, or you handle on your own. And so I think that's what happens in the relationship prior to marriage. You decide what responsibilities you're going to take on in the relationship. But then once you make that commitment, if you're religious, if you make that commitment under God, at that point it becomes a moral obligation, an obligation. And then when you sign them papers, now it's a legal obligation or responsibility according to law. But what I don't like, what is kind of pushed out a lot of times, is that duty and happiness, they act like it can't coexist. And duty and happiness can coexist. Sometimes the duty, the consistency of those duties can also support your happiness. If somebody is fulfilling their role as a husband or as a wife, that duty to the marriage, it makes you happy. It doesn't say that you're always going to be happy for the duration of the marriage, but I just don't like the fact that people act like duty and happiness can't coexist.
I think that's a
I
great
don't think
point.
it can consistently. I don't think it can. I just don't think it can, because we've seen at times when a man will do what he needs to do, but yet it's still not enough for the woman. You have women who may be overly materialistic, and he's doing what he needs. He's providing a roof over head, providing means of transportation, food, and shelter, and all that good stuff. But it just might not be enough. It might not be up to her standards, and so now she's no longer happy.
Or vice
Sounds like a
versa.
lack of duty on her part. maybe.
This is true.
People just want
You have
more.
people
People
that
I
want
don't
more.
think that that's the most. I mean, that can definitely happen, but I think that at some point his duty did make her happy. I think you can still be happy with, in the line of duty. It's my duty to prepare a meal for my family. But you know what? I like making a family. I like to see my family sit down and eat dinner together or something I prepared. That's two things in one. I don't.
What I think affects people's happiness is when they do something willingly, they sign up for it, and we could say they sign those legal documents, and they are expecting something to be what it isn't. Because when you expect it to be, when there's drama, sometimes arguments, naturally, then you're not surprised when it happens. And I think a lot of people's happiness is affected because they have expectations that are unrealistic from the get-go. So it's like if you're making this duty, like I would imagine, I'm not a parent, but I'm imagining as a parent, your duty, your kid's going to be rotten sometimes, like they're a little child, but you don't get all mad and annoyed, like how could you be like this, like that comes with it, you know what I mean? And I think that sometimes people forget in the line of duty that there's things that come with it that are messy, and when you remember that it comes with it, that doesn't affect your well-being or your happiness. Does that make sense? Hopefully.
No, that makes sense. I mean, okay, so there's no magical power that happens when you go from a relationship to marriage. You know what I'm saying? It's the mindset that you already had adapted prior to being married. Now you're just shifting from being boyfriend and girlfriend or partner to a husband and wife, right? There's this transition of title, but the titles mean a lot less if the commitment isn't backed up by the title. I've heard women before say, I'm single until married. They're in a relationship, maybe a year or two, but they were like, I'm with my person, et cetera, but I'm single until married because things can change. There's no commitment. We have an agreement, we have an understanding, but he hasn't proposed to me. I am not yet his wife. And sort of there is that loose um threshold in that relationship, right? And I think that the reason why a lot of people become unhappy is because they have uncommunicated expectations. You brought up expectations, Coach K, but the reason why that is that people don't, talk about those expectations up front. They just have this thing. They're like, yes, it's going to be like this, and this, and I'm going to feel this way, as opposed to saying, this is what I expect out of our marriage, out of our relationship, out of our long-term commitment. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that I will hope that we can work on, or the things that we can strive at. Those things, those expectations are not communicated up front, and people get upset and mad when the other person doesn't fulfill those, uncommunicated expectations because they haven't really had the conversation to begin with.
So that statement makes me really curious, Luis. Like, are we assuming that, like, and this is like in general, right? Are we assuming that once we get married, everybody just knows what the duties are and fulfills them? Like, is that part of like uncommunicated expectations? Like, we just assume that when you get married, signing that document means everybody flips a switch and becomes the perfect spouse.
Yes, and people should be already trying to become a wife or a husband in that, or at least the mindset of it before they transition, right? Because your upbringing in your two-parent household and how you seen your parents interact in their relationship and their marriage is a lot different than my parents. And sort of I'm coming in, or I might be coming in with my expectations or my lived experience is, right, and you're coming in with your lived experience that sometimes might not align or gel. And sort of therefore, because we come from a two-parent household, or because we have, you know um marriage backgrounds from family members, that we automatically have this like already set in stone understanding of what that looks like and what it is. And sometimes we got to understand that everybody's upbringing is a little bit different, and those conversations need to happen prior to that engagement.
I was gonna say that I think the problem is that I think the goal should be contentment, and as opposed to goal to being happy, because I think with contentment, when you're content, you're fulfilled. It's like a state of being, right? So, but with happiness, to me, it seems as like it's more of an emotion, or a feeling, and we know that that can never be sustained on a everyday, day-to-day basis. So when you go through those downs in a relationship, in any relationship, whether it's friendship, marriage, you have those ups and downs. But if you're content, even even through those downs, it's not like you're not fulfilled. So when you're seeking to have contentment as a state of being versus happiness, I think you'll be okay in a marriage. And I think the problem is that a lot of times, as women, I believe that we do go in situations with the expectation that the husband is supposed to make us happy. And nobody can make you happy, so to speak. You already have to have that in yourself. Find things, or things that is going to give you a level of happiness and contentment. So when you do hit those hard times, that you're not looking for the divorce papers. Like, I'm just no longer happy anymore. So I think our focus on the happiness is too high on the priority list of marriage.
But who taught you that? Who taught you to think that men are supposed to make you happy? You know, that you meet them. Who has taught women this idea that once they find this man, it's supposed to make them happy?
I'll
I
tell
think
you.
Where does that come from?
I don't think. I think it's more along the line of mistaken. I don't think. And sorry, y'all, if I keep looking up. It's just that we're on the bad weather watch, so I have to look at the news at the same time. But I don't think. I think, like mistaken said, I don't think people are actually going like, "Oh, I want him to make me happy."
Mhm.
I think that people want to be content, but the thing that turns it off is if you're overworked or you're unhappy emotion because he's just not fulfilled. Women are emotional creatures. We love to be loved. We like a little bit of attention, and I think the word happiness may be the wrong word to use, maybe underappreciated, or it's not underappreciated, but appreciated, or emotionally content, something of that nature. So I don't want to focus so much on happiness. I just use that because people say happy, but I think it's more than just happiness. I think it's
Satisfied.
you said what?
I don't know.
What about satisfied?
Satisfied.
Exactly. Fulfilled,
Satisfied.
satisfaction, all of those things are what you're looking for in a
Kind of
marriage.
like a male's peace, but it's a female version of peace.
I don't know about the other
Secure.
gentlemen on the. I don't know about the other gentlemen on the panel, but I personally feel a sense of gratification whenever my duties and obligations are fulfilled. Like I don't know about happiness, but there's definitely a sense of gratification once I've done and accomplished the things that I'm trying to do and accomplish, whether it be in a relationship or any other facet of life. Like, the happiness doesn't necessarily really enter into it. It's about fulfilling my obligations and duties and getting the gratification from knowing that it is a job well done. I don't know how the other gentlemen feel about that, but that's kind of what I get in just normal life.
Yeah, I just think too many words are synonymous with other words like contentment, happiness, satisfied. A lot of these things kind of like
It's
go hand.
not.
But I
I
don't
think that's
understand.
the problem.
I guess I'm confused on why everyone is trying to take them out. Why is it such a big deal to take happiness out and say, oh, it's not happiness, it's content? Why can't we add words instead of taking them out, or add feelings instead of taking them out, and say, when people say my husband makes me happy, why is it so negative? Like, why can't that be a good thing? He makes you happy. Let's add that in. He makes me content. Let's add that in. Things of that nature. Why we always taking it out, happiness, as if you can't have happiness, you can't be content. Like you want all of those things added into it.
So
I don't think not having happiness is the issue. What the issue is that at any given point, if you're not happy or you rely on your feelings too much, you then walk out of stuff that has been perfectly serving you. But it's like we all know feelings are fleeting. So the thing is that that's the reason why when you hear brothers talk about marriage, we usually approach it with duty because we take our feelings out because of the truth of the matter is a lot of brothers stay in a lot of relationships they shouldn't because of duty. Versus when the roles is reversed, a lot of women don't stay in a lot of relationships because of feelings, not because of duty. So it's not an issue that you want to be happy. It's not an issue that you want to be content, that you want to serve and be served. It's not an issue that you want to have a successful relationship that can make life easier. But if you rely too much on your feelings, you may do some things that doesn't serve the relationship, and that's why I think a lot of relationships break up.
But I think that's a deeper issue than just happiness. Like when people say, I'm just not happy anymore, I don't think it's really like they're just relying on their feelings. It's much more deeper than that. There's a bigger issue, something else that needs to be solved between the communication between the two. I don't think I think the word that they're using is happiness to justify it. And so people are so used to this word happiness saying, I'm just not happy anymore. And so now people say not to rely on your happiness. But I think it's a bigger issue when people say that they're just not happy anymore. It's not happiness that they're missing. It's something much deeper.
So Penny,
so
let
I
me
think
ask you a question real quick. So when you think of happiness, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Any of you ladies, what when you think of happiness in your relationship, what is the first thing that comes to your mind?
Laughter. Um,
A feeling of, I guess, being elated. Um, I for me, I think I had told y'all before, one of our panels, that I remember asking my husband, "Is he happy?" And he said, "No,
right.
I'm fulfilled." And at first, I got upset because I'm like, I don't make you happy. Like I'm thinking along those lines, like, why don't I make you happy? And he was just like, he's like, I have happy moments.
Mhm.
And when he was breaking it down, he was just like, yeah, there are experiences and stuff that we had that I was happy, that I'm happy. But in general terms, when I look through the years of our marriage, I can say that I was more fulfilled. And as I begin to like think about it, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's more consistent. And that's why I think that's why I made the statement that I did, and that's exactly what contentment is fulfilled. So he's content with moments of happiness. And I think that's typically what happened. It's not that people are taking it out, but I think a lot of times people think that they're supposed to stay on happy mode throughout the duration of a lifetime. And that's just not the case.
It's not possible, and we don't know what happiness is unless we have the contrast and the opposite. And I think what gets women in particular in trouble is when they don't feel happy, but they think that that means something's wrong. And that doesn't mean anything's wrong. It just means you're not on that high low dip, which that's not sustainable anyway. It's kind of like just that false sense of pleasure. If you are, getting pleasure from food, so then you have to eat something to get that pleasure again. And then eventually it's going to level out. It's not going to be enough. So I just want to add that in there, that you don't want to be happy all the time. Like if your spouse's, mom passes away or something, you don't want to be happy. Are you going to think that's a problem then? I'll pass it to Enos because I know she wants to get in.
Thanks for that, Coach K. I want to tackle it from, because I think Mistaken and Coach K did a really great job. I want to tackle it from the other perspective. I think at least the issue with, what's the problem with my man making me happy, is that women set really impossible expectations on men a lot of the time without realizing it. that hearing that, sometimes you could place that on a man where now it feels like it's his duty to make you happy. That's not a healthy, functional relationship or marriage, right? And I think that's really where it becomes problematic, is that expectation that now it's your problem to make sure I'm consistently happy. That if you're not doing it, then we have a problem, right? I don't think inherently your husband making you happy is a problem. It's not. It's a beautiful thing. But to make it his job, I think too many women cross that line without even realizing it, and that becomes really toxic. And I think that's where that conversation comes from of I'm not happy, which usually translates to he's not making me happy, right? And I think like it's almost like a dog whistle. If you're not listening closely enough, you kind of miss that. And that's where we need to start establishing, like, are you able to make yourself happy? Is this person adding to your happiness? Because that way, if they have something going on, you don't feel defeated in that dynamic. You just understand it's a low, right? I at least that's my take.
Do you gentlemen believe that women are overly stimulated with happiness? This is for the fellas. Do you believe that women today are overly stimulated with happiness?
Hell yeah.
Let me ask you a
Hell
question.
yeah. God damn, this is crazy.
Let me ask you a question. Who isn't overstimulated with happiness? Because men don't want to marry because they like to be happy because they can do whatever they want to do, right? Men cheat because they want to be happy.
That's not what
both men and women. I'm gonna let you talk in a second. I'm sorry, Hank. Both men and women are looking today in this society today. They both seek happiness, just in very different ways. Very move selfishly. Both do, not just women, men and women. So don't put that on the women, because men are selfish as well. 3 to 4 girls at the same time, that's selfish. That's happiness. You don't need 3.
Sharing is caring.
No.
And they can even be happy in a relationship and still want something else.
Why you can't?
Men stay in marriages knowing they shouldn't because they're not happy, but out of duty.
They're greedy.
But if they're cheating, they're not staying. They just have another sense of happiness. They step out for their happiness. That's not staying. You're not rolling with the punches. You're using another means to be happy.
Who said anything about cheating?
You don't file a divorce.
Who said anything about cheating?
I'm just saying some men, not you. We're talking in general.
You put that scenario in has no reason why we staying because we're not. Look, a man will stay in a miserable relationship out of duty for them kids, for their family, and just for the status because they don't want to take that goddamn L. Men will stay in there and do it to the end.
Okay.
And be miserable. And we'll put a smile on our face. However you think everything's good, but on the inside he's dying. He's dying on the inside, but guess what? You're happy because you're getting everything you want, everything you think you need, everything you think you deserve. But he's suffering on the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think most men do that because of the lack of something else?
No, it's because of duty.
I have a question.
Well, because like financial.
They have a duty to the marriage. That's the reason why most of them do it. Not because there's not an opportunity. There's always an opportunity. There's an opportunity to pay for some ass.
Let's give an opportunity. Let's give an opportunity to the other gentleman to answer that question as well.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, you can go.
I know Marcus, you just came in. Do you want to go?
I'm sorry. Yeah, so wait a minute. Hold on, because I'm the host. Let's not forget that. Welcome to Chic Critique. But I do agree. I would have let the guys answer that question because they did not have a follow-up question. But go ahead.
Okay, so the initial question was, can you ask again, please?
So, go ahead.
Yeah, I asked the question to the gentleman. Do you believe women are overly stimulated with happiness today?
Okay, I think women are overly stimulated, but I think it's for men also. I remember a time when you had to go look for an answer to a question. You had to go find a book and actually seek it. Now, if your smartphone not loading fast enough, you need a new smartphone. We got instant gratification that we looking for, like, and we're looking for the quickest and fastest way to that. That's what these dopamine hits are with likes and the hearts and all that other stuff. So when people get in relationships, it's natural that that's going to carry over. It's like we crackheads. We all chasing a high, and you're never going to get as high as that first rock. I heard a crackhead say this a long time ago. One rock is too many, and a million will never be enough. And that's kind of where we at with this like happiness gratification thing. Like you have to self-solve in order to truly be happy, and then you can combine with other people, but you can't do that when you seeking external validation for an internal problem. Your locus of control needs to radiate out happiness, and then attract people that are on that same wavelength. But it's really hard to expect the external thing to solve an internal problem.
But Marcus, the type of man you talking about doing that was raised by some woman, because that's
You say
all he
what?
do. The man you talking about who's always looking for happiness all the time is a woman.
I mean,
He's been raised by a woman. That's
so
all
if
he
you
knows. He knows nothing because he's moving and operating just as a woman, because he hasn't been around a man. Because if he's been around a man, he knows it takes more than just happiness to keep him going.
okay, so hey, I agree in regards to like say they got a job and they're like, I'm not happy, so I'm gonna quit. Men don't typically do that. But if he's a single man, instant gratification might be porn. It might be drinking. It might be we substitute vices for things. So our happiness is a way like we seek it, but we don't seek it the same way women would seek it. We'll substitute a vice for something. You get what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah,
Oh,
that was
Yeah,
what
the
Shan.
reason
That
they're
was
seeking
exactly what Shan was saying.
the
Yeah.
reason why they're seeking those vices is because they haven't accomplished or haven't been focusing on their purpose or anything that they should be working on. People like people have a clear path to wherever destination they're trying to get to, but unfortunately they take sidetracks and get off that wagon. And those types of vices are distractions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying it's not that they pick them; it's just that they pick those because they're no longer on their journey or on their purpose of what they need to be doing.
If I were to answer the question, I would say women aren't overly stimulated by happiness because they can't seem to find it. They can't find it in their career. They can't find it in their relationships. They can't find it in their kids. They can't find it in their their hobbies. They can't find it in the stove. No, they're not overly saturated with happiness because they're constantly seeking for it. And the reason why they keep seeking for it and that they will never find it is because they think it exists someplace else. But then, like you were saying, Marcus, the simple fact of the matter is, this is the reason why I say a lot of things, a lot of the words we use are pretty much synonymous. Because how you feel about this word may also be the definition that somebody else might make it fit. Or they're just synonyms. Sometimes when somebody says synonymous, that means same. When I say synonymous, I mean they're similar. They are kind of interchangeable because some people consider happiness to be a state of mind. Some people consider it a feeling. Some people say duty is a responsibility which exists in and outside of marriage. But the simple fact of the matter is that to answer the question, no, they're not overstimulated because they can't seem to find it.
Can I add something?
A man could be at home at peace and be happy. How many women are you going to find like that? They got to be involved. Somehow, some way, they need some type of interaction. A man doesn't need that. If he sit at home just sitting like my man Harris is doing, sitting in his big easy chair, he good. He in a good space. His woman ain't complaining or nagging or getting on his nerves. The kids are in a good place. He's good. Now that woman, she got to come here. Maybe I want to talk. God damn it, I don't feel like hearing you. But I will do that out of duty because I want to appease you and get you in a happy place so I can go back to my peaceful place. So I sit there and just listen. That's what a man will do.
Enos, go ahead.
So I think what Harrison said just really isn't sitting right with me. Why wouldn't women struggle with finding internal peace? Well, you got to wear your hair natural, but if it's not long enough for the right texture, then it's not attractive. You're wearing too much makeup, but if you're not wearing makeup, you look tired. If you're not the right body type, then it's a problem. If you're not working, then you're a freeloader. But if you're working, you're too career oriented. Like the messaging from women is so freaking conflicted all of the time. All of this, there is not a single woman on this panel or off this panel that has not had to battle with conflicting messaging about how to find that internal happiness. So, really, if we're honest, why wouldn't it be difficult for women to find internal happiness if that is their everyday struggle?
Can I add too? And I have a different perspective now after reading all these different books for helping the adolescent and teen girls that are my clients. Is that even in addition to what Ina said too, is women, and we do it to ourselves, but also it's almost like it's an unspoken thing that you feel this pressure, especially when you're younger, that you just have to do. And with social media, you have to do all of these things and make it look effortless and don't ask for help. Now, of course, I would help my clients or my future daughters and help them with that, because I don't want them to do that, right? But unfortunately, and this isn't an excuse, but I will say it is the truth. And I think that this is not to say that women aren't responsible for what they do and to be accountable, all the buzzwords, whatever. But I think to have some understanding maybe might help just a little bit. And I will say too, just I don't know if any of you guys saw, it was years ago, the ad that was always like a girl, the hashtag. And they asked like these young kids, you know, what does it look like to throw like a girl or to do this like a girl? And I thought it was interesting because I'm like, man, like if girls do see that or are told that growing up, I mean, we were all young girls once, you know, so it's just a different perspective. I think I'm glad that Enos said that.
Can I just add one more thing to that? I just put it in the back chat as well. The other thing to kind of add on what Inaz was saying is that then when we do give ourselves permission to seek our own happiness and find things that are fulfilling to us, the conflicting message with that also becomes now we're selfish. So that's the other caveat to that as well.
Can I point out two things real quick? And it'll be real quick and you can jump in, Luis. When Hank just spoke about Harrison, he was talking about how Harrison's in his chair, in his mind, and just chilling in his own space. Everything you mentioned, Miss Inaz, was an external factor that dictated a woman's happiness. Men, we typically don't look for the external factors to make us happy. Those things stress us out. And if we are outside of our peace, then we're going to try to find a way to get into it. When you mention the hair, that's somebody else's opinion. When you mention the makeup, that's somebody else's opinion. What about your opinion of yourself to sit in your own happiness? We find happiness if we are at peace and just chilling. I just want to point that out.
Yeah, before you jump in, Hank, because I think what I was saying may not have landed the way it was intended to, right? So I'm going to reference what Hank said earlier, because I think that was really important about when a man is sitting in his peace and his woman comes to bother him out of duty, he comes to, you know, he does what he needs to bring peace back into, and then retreats back into his safe space, right? The point that I'm saying about what you're calling external factors is that's the messaging, right? A woman will feel comfortable with her natural hair, and then here comes society. No, we don't like this. You're doing it wrong. It's not supposed. It's taking you out of that space of peace, right? But at the same time, there's somebody else that's telling you, no, like continue to protect your peace. So it's this back and forth that happens so often with the way that women are criticized for showing up, that it's really difficult for a lot of women. And I'm not saying it's impossible. And like Coach K said, it's not to take away from any sort of accountability or any sort of self-reflection or self-work or whatever a woman needs to do. All I'm saying is it is just super challenging to maintain that space of peace in the internal things without external things influencing how it makes you feel about yourself as a woman.
Well, I mean, one of the biomarkers that I would look at, you know, to continue that conversation is that, are you getting this sort of self-reflection from family, close friends, social media, co-workers, Where does that self-reflection come from? Are you getting that from family members that are telling you that you need to look this way, you need to do these things? Is it close friends? Is it your colleagues in confidence, or is it social media? And the reason why I say, where is that really coming from, right? Because you get to kind of curate your experience. You get to curate you where you get that feedback and that soundboard from, whether it's friends, or maybe you need to kind of shave that kind of people who are going to give you the best constructive criticism or the best feedback to make you feel the best at you. Everybody else is for the peanut gallery. People are going to talk, people are going to comment, you know, especially even on social media where we tend to kind of filter in and dump like this is what society's saying. No, that's what a few people who had too much time on their hand commenting about your hair should be longer or it should be shorter, you shouldn't wear it like this. Those people do not matter. They're the peanut gallery. You know what I'm saying? And also you get to filter out who gets to be in your circle. You get to filter out who gets to be in your circle or if not. Because if that wasn't the case, and you didn't believe that you could filter out your experience and those people who give you that instant gratification feedback, then I would challenge the idea. If we were to switch the off button on all social media platforms, women within that same week will go nuts. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of them seek validations from a ton of empty strangers that they don't know or have never been met in their life, as opposed to the people who are in their immediate circle.
So I
Yeah,
have a
and
question.
if your ease was influenced by everybody outside, and if me and you was in a relationship, that's a problem already. Why are you letting everybody else, but the person that's the most important, your husband or your man or your fiance, whatever the title is, why they got more influence than I do? And that's some bull crap.
And I'm
The
gonna
hell
let you.
with them, because at the end of the day, them saying what they're gonna say, and guess what? The next day they could change their mind about how they feel about your hairstyle or how you wear that certain makeup or fragrance or dress or whatever the case may be. But I'm the one who have to either accept it or suffer.
Okay, I'm gonna let you. Did I have something to say after that? Go ahead, Enos.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this and then I'm done. I, I hear what you're saying, Hank and Luis, and I don't disagree. I just think that we no longer live in a society where the majority of people have that much discipline to be able to drown out the noise. I think right now we live in a society where women are trying to mass appeal to a larger group of men. And yes, we talk about the restrictions, but really it is still really broad, right? And when you're in that mode, it is really difficult to train yourself out of it. And again, you guys' points are on point. You will not get any pushback on me. But in terms of like real life, practical, the way people are interacting with each other, I think that's so much easier said than it is done.
Then men need to start leaving these weak-minded women alone and move on to the next.
If I could,
Sometimes the men are influenced.
if I could control every single man and told them you're going to get off social media for a whole 6 months, dry, no commenting, no liking, no subscribing, no following, no nothing. Social media becomes an empty vessel. There's only just the women on there posting, liking each other, and commenting, and no men are in sight. Matter of fact, they deactivated their account. A lot of you will leave social media in droves because it's no different than the club, right? You go to the club, you don't pay to get in, you don't pay for the free drink. You know what I'm saying? You get a lot of attention from a lot of different men, and so therefore, if all the men decided not to go to the club that week, you know what I'm saying, and it was empty and it was just a bunch of women, yeah, some would enjoy it, but let's be very honest. A lot of you will go home early, you know what I'm saying?
So
Because a lot of them would be there for the attention and the validation. So it goes full circle.
I absolutely agree. We can let's just be honest. Women like to be happy. But let me ask you a question. Giving you a scenario when it comes to duty and happiness. that man is in a relationship. He gets his girlfriend pregnant. Is it not his duty to then marry her to make a woman out of her? Is he lacking his duty when he doesn't own up to his responsibility as a man?
Personal
Or
opinion,
is
yes.
he chasing happiness?
Personal opinion, yes.
The responsibility of taking care of that kid versus deciding to marry that woman is two different things.
No. So back in the day, your responsibility when you got a woman pregnant, it was your duty to be the head of your household and your family. You were the patriarch in your family. The ideal situation is to be a father, mother in the same household. Now we're talking about 2023, new modern day. But I'm saying when it comes to duty, if we're talking about the difference between duty and happiness, why would he marry her? Is it because he's chasing happiness?
No, he's just like what Inas was talking about. He said that society was going to dictate his actions and that he was going to marry that woman or he was going to get a shotgun to the face. He made a very realistic decision and be like, you know what? I don't need 2 barrels to the dome. You know what I'm saying? I could just marry her, have, all the sex that I want and just suffer through life as most men do. And I'm just going to be able to just take the bullet, take the L, and just take responsibility for what I did. That's it.
Did anybody else want to give their opinion?
In 2023, men out there listening, contraceptive, wrap it up. Don't fall for the damn trap. Do not fall for the trap. It is a trap. Now, with that being said, yes, it is your duty and your obligation to take care of that child, and in my opinion, that woman as well. You decided to lay down, you made the conscious decision to do so. Yes, it is now your damn job. So thus, don't fall for the foolishness.
I mean, it sounds kind of weird to me that you would have sex with this person before you even introduce them to your brother, father, other, men in your life to be like, all right, this is a solid guy. Like, I get a good sense that he has a good head on his shoulder, right? Like, he's going places, he's doing things, or they'd be like, ooh, baby, you need to stay away from him. He does not have it together. You know what I'm saying? He lacks motivation. He lacks confidence. He lacks punctuality. He lacks responsibility. I don't think that is a long-term bet for me. You could date, whatever, but I wouldn't put all my eggs in his basket. You know what I'm saying? You do what you do or whatever, but they're not introducing these types of people that they're dealing with to those people that they care about, that would tell them that harsh truth about that particular person that they have interest, because they're afraid that they'll hear something that they don't like, because they're already too infatuated with the individual to care about the opinion of someone who has the best vested interest in them outside of a sexual interest.
So I wanted to just emphasize that according to research, and I can find it and put it in the back chat, most women are cohabitating with men that they get pregnant with. These are not just one night stands. So if you're living with someone, you may not be married, but if you're living with someone, I would assume that person has met your family at some point in time.
I just want to touch on something, Luis. I completely agree, ladies. You got to keep your legs closed. But since the women don't seem to listen in 2023, I typically don't talk to them. I'm telling the dudes, wrap your thing up.
So since they
but I agree with what you're saying, Luis. Just for the record.
So again, because we're making it about I asked a question about the guys. My question was, if a man were to get a woman pregnant, is he not choosing his happiness over his duty?
He's choosing duty, not happiness.
Yeah. I mean, he'll step up to the plate and play a role in that child's life, in whatever capacity that he wants to. But in terms of trying to make her an honest woman because he got her pregnant, most dudes is not doing that.
Well,
Honestly, there's dudes that are it's just the situation of the matter. It's just like, look, we've been vibing, this thing has been good, But honestly, we don't know if I'm marriage minded or if I want kids or like I got plans in the future and they don't really include you. Like these things are not like happening in a vacuum. They're like very loose and people are just finding themselves in these situations, shooting from the hip. And then when it comes down to it, it's like, look, we've been talking for a while. I really like you. I'm 2 months pregnant. You know what I'm saying? What are we gonna do? You know? And there are, unfortunately, there are some dudes that are complete trash into low lives. You know what I'm saying? And there's some dudes that are going to like step up and be like, hey, look, I want this to work, or I'm going to be in that child's life. You got to understand the person that you're picking and what their attributes are prior to getting that far in. Because like life will change in the blink of an eye. Go ahead, brother.
I just
So
I just asked one question, just real quick. Um, is the duty to the child or to the mother of the child? Because I just think like if you get somebody pregnant, that duty, if a man gets somebody pregnant, the duty doesn't mean it necessarily need to be to the mother per se through marriage or relationship. The duty would be to the child, but part of that child rearing is, I think, the responsibility of the father to also make sure that the mother is okay. Not that he has to take care of her, but making sure that he's doing his part for the child, not necessarily having to marry her.
The obligation and duty is to the child. However, we all know that in order for a child to have the best chance of success in life is to have a two-parent household, and thus by proxy the woman as well.
Well, I don't think the
okay,
duty to
so
the woman at all,
Sorry,
unless I'm in a relationship with the woman.
Marcus. That was my
Okay.
bad, Marcus. I'm gonna throw that to
Okay.
Marcus. I'm sorry, I cut him off.
so my question is, I blame men for almost everything right after the relationship starts. But pre the relationship, that's on her to ensure that she find a man that's gonna be around after he nutted her. Like the responsibility to protect the chastity or to protect herself from outside forces coming inside of her falls on her initially, unless it's a situation of great. Like, so the man being required to marry her, she should have made that requirement prior to opening. You know what I'm saying? If that's the route she wanted to go. So
But
I
we keep
don't.
so I keep hearing us going back to the woman. My simple question was, is it his duty? His duty. Now it has nothing. If a man gets a woman pregnant, is it his duty
No.
to make an honest woman out of the
No.
mother of the child?
Yeah.
So in this day and age,
Listen, y'all, or should he follow his happiness, which would be elsewhere?
His happiness. I think he's going to follow his happiness, because even if he say that he's not following his duty, or that he is following his duty and not happiness, if you ask him the ideal situation, he'll still say the ideal situation is for him to have a kid with his wife and be married. And so when he has a child and he decides not to get married and he decides to do something else, he's going against what he naturally believes should happen. So I think he's following his happiness then. He's saying, I don't want to do this. And a want is not a need, it's a want. So that's your happiness that you're following instead of your duty.
I could kind of concur with that a bit, but I think that in this situation, I think we're being a little bit dishonest. I think in that situation today, women have a lot more power than they did back then. Things today have completely flipped. And sort of a woman in that circumstance could choose to keep the child, could choose to abort the child. That woman could choose to put that child up for adoption or give up her parental rights to that child as well. You know
That's
what I'm
true, but
saying?
we're not talking about the women, right? We're talking
But
We're
about the
talking
men
right
and
because
what they
he can
decide to do,
also
right?
but the
not
dynamic comes from
ejaculate.
power.
Listen, we on this show we are very smart individuals.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody and on this show we believe that if you do not want a baby, it is up to you to protect yourself. Meaning, if you are a man and you know you don't want a child, skeet somewhere else. not inside of her, because biology 101, a baby may come. As a smart person, we know that that's a sperm, meets an egg, and then there's a baby that is born. So women should protect themselves if they don't want a baby. Men should protect themselves if they don't want a baby. That's how this works. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you go in and you're a participant and you know you're not ready for a baby, oh my, what should I do? Well, condoms are free of charge at your local health department.
Well, the reason I struggle to answer that is because sometimes you, like you said, a woman might tell you she on birth control and not be on birth.
Again, that is her. You should. Okay, a woman can also tell you if she a virgin.
That's true.
Why do y'all believe women on?
Oh, I wouldn't trust the heifer as far as I can go. I wouldn't trust the heifer as far as I can go.
Right, I don't understand that. You don't believe her nothing else.
Goddamn way, I'm gonna put my freedom and my livelihood, my well-being in a woman's hand. Hell no. I will not accept a rubber from a woman because I don't know her dents. There's no damn way I would do that. I'm coming with my own. If I don't have one, I'm jacking off at night. And
I just want to get Shan on record. I want to get Shan on record real quick. I just want to get Shan on record with this. Yeah. So you're saying that women are liars. I need to get you on record now.
Listen, some are.
I think that people lie. Both women and men, we lie. Yeah.
Oh, you're going around the question
specifically about women.
Oh, yes. I think that there are a lot of dishonest women, for sure. I think the only person you can trust is your immediate family, if you trust them, and yourself. Some people are
2023. Got it. Thank you.
Shantae, the way you be phrasing these questions, I'm gonna let Trigger Mike draft me into the gender war. Because you be
Go ahead, Enos. I'm gonna do super chat, and we're gonna go into the video. Go ahead, Enos.
All right. So I've been just kind of sitting back and listening to this kind of conversation unfold, and I think it's really interesting and telling all at the same time, because we are so quick to blame fatherlessness on so many things, and the fact that it has not come up in this conversation, I think, is incredibly intriguing, right? Because at the end of the day, the shotgun weddings were only happening because fathers were enforcing it. It's not a man's sense of duty and obligation. It wasn't that woman keeping her knees together. It was a father somewhere who said, I'm not putting up with any of this. The two of you are going to figure this out, right? That is really the only thing that has changed from where men were forced into these marriages and women were forced to be wives in these situations to what we have going on now. Is we don't have anybody to be like, nope, no, we're not doing it this way. We're going left and not right.
Mm-hmm. But aren't we all responsible for ourselves, you know?
Yeah.
If that was true, what is the role of the parent?
Well, once you become an adult, you become responsible for yourself. And even as a kid, there's still a level of responsibility to the things that you were taught or that you were asked to do. If they told you to go to school, right, and you didn't go to school, there was consequences to that action. Just like when you say, hey, if you don't use a condom, you have sex with this person. I go back to the thing that we're going on, is that the responsibility is, or the duty, it's to the woman or to the child, is based on the brother. Just like what you feel like you're responsible for as a woman is based upon you. You make the decision of what you want to make your duty or your responsibility.
So I think that thought process is a byproduct of the state of society that we're at now. The honest truth is, it's community that determines that dictates that. Community is the thing that dictates what your responsibilities and obligations are. But with the fatherlessness that has happened, to the degree that it's happened, the sense of community has deteriorated, so individualism has taken over.
I partly agree with you, because people always had a choice. It's just that people decided to follow or people didn't. The people that decided not to follow, a lot of bad things happened to them. And they had to live with that decision. But we always had a choice since the dawn of time.
Anybody else have anything? So we're gonna go into the super chats, and then we have a video to watch. Anybody?
Just one last thing at the end of the day, men, women control the controllables. That's it.
Who's gonna read these?
Okay. Nas, $2. Ladies looking fine. Shout out to the gents too. Doug Will, $4.99. Happiness fluctuates, duty doesn't. John the Baptist, $5. It troubles me when I hear women use feeling words to describe marriage. It can be a sign that she does not understand the purpose of marriage.
Women are emotional. He obviously doesn't know how women work.
I just think y'all try to have us operate outside of some aspects of
normal.
who we are.
Right. Always want to take the word out. They want to take out love. They want to take out feelings. They want to take out emotions.
They want us to be men in lady form.
Right. But
then when we hard, then it's a problem.
She got too much masculine in her.
Too hard. Too hard.
Into Black Language, $5. A man does not depend on external factors to make him happy or content, while most women look for others to make them feel good from validation or likes.
Well, I think that women don't function. I think naturally we were meant to be helpmeets. It was always about somebody else. We were here to help other people. So I think that's just maybe how we're made, right? You think?
I think it's weird that they think that all men are healed, all men have no trauma, are not toxic, because I've seen a lot of men want validation. So it's kind of weird that it's always spoken that these men are always put together. When I've been in like the relationships that I've been in for multiple years, men have needed validation, had, childhood trauma, these type of things that you have to deal with. And just to think that men are just, all put together and don't have these problems, I think it's
they wear their money on their head. They floss their money with big gold chains and stuff. Come on.
No, or just a matter
of that's attention.
Or just a matter of acting as if
that's a male.
I said it. Look, I said it earlier when I was talking to Marcus. I said those men was raised by a bunch of single mothers, women who act and carry on as such. When you talking about that's how men, women act.
See, but I think that's a problem, because then when you experience a man and he does show those type of things, and then you tell a woman that she's not dealing with a real man and she leaves him for those things instead of helping him overcome those things, I think that's a problem.
She shouldn't have had to leave him. She should have never got with him.
Well, I mean, because always
that's your fault.
A lot of men
got with that man like that. If you got with a man like that, you made a mistake. That is your fault.
I mean, I think a man can be good in a lot of areas and fall in one. And I feel like if he falls in that area, it does not make him not a good man.
If he's acting the way you just described, that is a problem. And normally they show themselves early in the relationship. It's not wait till we get together, we done had a baby, and they show it. No, you wasn't looking for the signs because he came with that 10-inch. And you
I just think when you put all those expectations on a man,
I agree with Heath though. I do think that sometimes we do have a tendency to try to think about what we can make him be, as opposed to what he is, and I think that's the help me in us. And I think that we overlook those red flags sometimes. I mean, people show you who they are. You knew that. I mean, his pants was down to his knees when you met him. What did you think was gonna happen?
I'm not saying something as simple as that or something as obvious as that is. I think when you put those expectations on a man, he's going to try to show up not that way. And so if he continues, people continue to say how he should be and what we should look for. If he's something outside of that, then that can definitely deter you from someone who is good.
Well, one thing that I just wanted to say,
try to get your attention, he said, "Hey, shorty, you should have kept walking."
Not something as simple as that either. Not something as simple as that either.
I'm just saying, Those are signs right then and there.
Sometimes it do be
You
that
got to
simple.
know how
They
to
do.
address the woman.
Well,
Hey,
sometimes,
Shorty.
yeah, but I
Oh,
think
who
at
the hell
this
you talking to,
age, I
Shorty?
don't think it's that those signs are that simple.
I got you.
At this age, the signs are, validation. Someone who's a alpha male and he, has a good job and makes a lot of money and takes care of his family, but then he needs validation because of something that happened in his childhood, things of that nature. And because he needs validation as a man, I should let that man go, even though he's perfect in all the other areas but that one.
No,
So
you
that's
should
a good
encourage.
question. That's a
No,
good. That's a good
don't think she
point,
never
though.
got witty.
That's a good point, though, because don't we say men who have lots of women? That's for validation, right? Or, oh, I gotta date this young hot girl because of my image, like a hot girl is in. That's all validation, would it not be?
No,
Become
that's just a byproduct of your success. You know what I'm saying? Women come and become attracted
That's how
to
you
you
validate your success, though.
as a byproduct of your success. If you are someone who is, nose down into their thing, people are going to notice. People are going to find you attractive, and especially if people are having conversations with you, or you're in circles where you're in the know and people are asking about you. People tend to want to get near you, and sort of women become much more attractive to you because of all these other biomarkers. Those come as a byproduct of your success. Nobody's sitting there, sitting down. Yes, I'm going to work on this degree in this business so I can attract 20 women that might not be interested in me in particularly per se. You know what I'm
What
saying?
about cars? Like when you guys buy the Lamborghinis, even though they're very unsafe and you're
Oh, we
flawless,
do it for
or
women.
the sections, the $20,000 section in the club, and you throw the money, you just let it rain. Ooh,
That's just the game.
So
Like listen,
this is
like women
validation.
like nice stuff. So guys buy nice
I'm
stuff
sorry, Enos.
to attract them to get the stuff that they looking for. It's just the game. The game ain't changed. It's 2023, 2000 BC. No matter what the time is.
so
Guys are expected to give or show something in order to receive something. Whether you're a regular animal or you're a human, you got to show something to get something.
And for the record,
Go ahead, Enos. Then I
looking,
want to.
we're not looking
Enos,
for validation from a woman. Most
Yeah,
men look
men.
for validation from other men,
Yeah.
not from women.
Facts.
but
Yeah.
validations
That's
is
a fact.
from women or
Validation.
not is
Yeah.
still
It
validation.
doesn't
Now,
mean
we
that
didn't specify from women. I'm just saying
Shantae,
validation.
your
Period.
validation from you doesn't mean shit to me.
That's what I'm saying. I'm agreeing with
It
what you're
doesn't.
saying.
From a
I just,
woman's validation, it doesn't mean nothing to a man.
Hank, I
It
just
doesn't mean
agree.
anything.
Hank, I just agree with what you said. I wasn't specifying to women. I was specifying validation in general. So even if it's getting validation from a man, that's still getting validation. Go ahead, Enos.
I just wanted to state that needing validation is not an inherently bad thing. It's not. Um, Needing it consistently because you don't have any self-worth outside of it is when you kind of cross that threshold of it becoming a bad thing. Now, I think, like, I hear men talk about, the successful guy and all of that fun stuff, but I have never met anybody who strives for success where inherently didn't come from a place of needing validation. Whether it was overcoming for their shortcomings, whether it was somebody who didn't validate them as a child, whether it's notoriety, validation comes in so many different forms and people require it in very different ways. Men and women alike are no different in that need for validation, but I think there's a healthy balance in which that validation pushes you versus it sustaining you.
Can I ask another question right quick?
Okay, fast, so we can go into the next one. Well, go ahead.
Do you think that respect and validation are kind of the same thing?
Don't. I think respect can be a form of validation, but I think they're not mutually exclusive. You can have validation with no respect.
Well, how do you validate something that there's no respect? You can't sit there and say this guy's legit if you don't respect what he
Okay,
is that
so
he's doing.
let me give you an example, right? To be spotted with attractive women is a form of validation. That doesn't necessarily mean that you respect those women. it's
but you
it's a
respect the
status
child.
symbol that's recognized through greater society, that holds some, that gives you some sort of standing amongst other people around you. That's still validation, but there isn't necessarily any level of respect that comes behind it. It's just a marker.
So you don't think that the guy that gets a bunch of girls, he doesn't have a certain level of respect?
Depends on the guy. I don't respect
And it
all men
depends on
but
who
women.
has respect for him.
Well, I don't understand why we, like what Inaz is saying. Everybody seeks validation of some sort. If you are human, it's just a natural human thing to do because we are a communal species. So operating within, you're looking for about, like, just based on some of the clothes you wear, you're like, oh, I'm not gonna go to Walmart and wear them Walmart sneakers because somebody might say something. Like we just seek validation, which there is nothing wrong with that. But going along with what Inaz is saying is when you're seeking it so much to the point that you're not genuine to who you are. You're just doing things for the approval and validation of others. But we thrive from, and have a natural desire to be and belong in a community. And from that, we do seek that validation to be a part of that community or group or what have you. So there's nothing wrong with it until you begin to use that as a way of defining who you are as opposed to knowing that yourself.
Okay, you guys. Let me go to the next one. Thank you. Enter Black Dragon. Y'all know I can't see that.
Go to the next one. We already read that one.
Be also big.
Dub Will 999. That's a loaded question. A man does not have a duty to a woman unless he marries her. If a woman wants duty from a man, she must make marriage a requirement before she offers her womb to him. I can agree with that.
No argument there at all.
So he does not have duty to the kids?
No,
He
he
has a
said
duty.
to her. He said he doesn't have duty to her unless he's married. But what he does have is responsibility. Remember, I was telling y'all there's a difference. Y'all say that it's the same thing. That's why
I think
knowing the difference and the nuances between certain words is very important. He doesn't have a duty to her because he's not married to her, but he does have a responsibility to the kid and to her.
So what's his responsibility to her?
To make sure that she's in a position to be emotionally stable, like, if she's going to be raising the kid. So he shouldn't be creating issues, or if he noticed there is an issue with her, I think it's his responsibility to take the kid if she's not being a good mother, not taking care of her kid the way that she's supposed to. So there's definitely responsibility to somebody that's raising your kid, even if it wasn't her, if it was your mother or somebody else in the family who is helping with the raising and rearing of your kid. You do have some level of responsibility to them.
Anybody else wanted to add on to that?
Omar Smith, $5. Marcus, I didn't know you'd be here. I'm going to start tuning in, God willing.
We're usually Friday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I just want people to know that. Go ahead.
It's on the other channel though, right?
Oh, we're not on. This is not Lapeef.
He's streaming it on both.
Oh, okay. Go to the next one.
Sorry.
Advanced perception, $2. Men get validation from a woman's respect.
Okay, you guys. So let's.
There's
Oh,
one
somebody
more.
else just dropped. So yeah. So let me go to that one real fast. And move on.
Dub Will, $5. The responsibility to her is to be the best possible father he can be and create the environment for that kid to flourish. Agreed.
Okay, is that all of them?
Nope, one more.
Oh, Lord Jesus.
All right, enter Black Dragon. Men are validated via confirmation, tangible goals such as gym, job, home, how good I am, rather than validation via affirmation, how good do I look?
Okay.
Go ahead, Inaz.
Oh, okay.
I saw it.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to reiterate for like the 100th time what Shan said earlier. If men and women inherently function differently, what is the pushback about a woman functioning as a woman? Of course, women are validated on their looks because that's how women are evaluated in society. Why wouldn't she? Why would she function based on tangible goals if that's the way men operate? Like, this is such a frustrating circular argument.
Yeah, because it's not only on looks too. Like looks plays a part of it. You know what I'm saying? But you got to understand, like we have to self improve in other ways. You know what I'm saying? There's other things that there are other ingredients that go into the relationship, right? Looks is what got me to the door. It's not what let me in or what let you in, right? And sort of there are people who are, sexually attractive, but they're not relationship attractive. You know what I'm saying? And sort of we need to understand that the two are a difference. We have to self improve in our ability to communicate, to listen effectively, to handle conflict resolution, how to show up for one another. There's all these other byproducts that we tend to kind of miss or not hit on because we're so focused on the looks, and we get it. We love beautiful, attractive women, but understand that's only a certain amount that will only go so far. And I will land by saying this point: a woman's looks is not what's going to raise your children. So you need to make sure you choose wisely.
But it may dictate how your kids look. I'm just playing. It's a joke.
Hey, you seen that dude? You seen that dude that sued the lady who got plastic surgery because his kids came out beat?
I mean, pretty is a privilege as well. But okay, so let's go into the video. We do have a video, you guys.
I want to read you about this is a column where they answer some of the real problems that we have today in marriage. Okay. Now, I don't want you guys to take this lightly. I want to pretend like we are answering this woman's question. Okay. Dear Jessica, that's the girl's name. My husband wakes me up in the middle of the night wanting sex. I struggle to fall back asleep afterwards and have told him so. I wake up very early for work each day, so the fact that he continues to awaken me troubles me because I am not getting adequate sleep. When I bring this up, he claims I wake him up and that he is trying to satisfy me. I feel like he's gaslighting me, but he continues to insist it is my doing. How do I help? Now,
so maybe he's rossing it, and then
maybe
he's thinking, you know what, it's a good session. I can go back to sleep there because women do wake up once you've had sex.
I thought it was your duty to have sex with your husband. So I'm just
marriage is an exclusive sexual contract. If you deny your partner sex, like who is he supposed to go get it from?
Yeah, but even in military, you're not always on duty. You're only on duty on a certain time. Like,
no, you're always on duty.
Supposed to be on duty.
Listen,
like, say if you are the horse guard parade, you only on duty while you stand there.
No. If you start messing with,
so essentially, you get to be a wife when you feel like it.
No, what I'm trying to say is, you always.
So, what you guys' opinion on that? And I know there was a TikTok and it kind of said the same thing about waking somebody up. I know you guys have seen that, but we'll just go with the Miss Pearly version of it. So what are you guys' thoughts on that? Do you think that's a lady's duty? Not, don't get me wrong, I know sex is a duty. You should definitely have sex with your husband. But how did you guys feel about the scenario itself as it relates to duty?
I think it is a duty, and I bet she's not falling asleep because she's feeling resentful towards him waking her up. I don't believe that crap. That I don't know. That's just so insane. Like, they're blaming each other. That's one or the other is waking each other up. Regardless, I'll just keep it short. Yes, it is a wife's duty, but you also should still communicate, like regular human beings. If your husband wants X, and just I don't know, communicate and talk about it. But again, her saying that she can't fall asleep, that kind of seems, I don't know about that. I think she's resentful, probably. But
doesn't it sound so impersonal when you're saying sex is a duty? Like, I don't know. It just sounds robotic. It doesn't sound like
chore.
If I'm with my husband, I want to be with him because I'm excited. I'm looking.
That's the same thing the lady said. I didn't.
Right. I'm looking forward to the like. Just saying, okay, let me roll over is my duty. Like, it just sounds so like.
Well, getting off the way it sounds, we know that it's the sound. I don't want to get down that rabbit hole because that's the same thing the young lady said. I wanted to specifically say in that scenario, because she did not want to do it. So it felt like a duty in that point because she didn't want to do it in the middle of the night. So that's why we're going to call it a duty. Mm-hmm. So since she did not want to do it, how did you guys feel like? Do you think it was her duty to do it? Or do you think that it's just, what is your opinion on that? Not everybody at once.
I think it depends on the expectation that was set. A lot of people don't operate in duty in relationships anyway, especially in marriage in this day and age. That's why we have the level of divorces that we have right now. So I think that if they had that express mindset and they have that collective thought process as a relationship, that, hey, listen, you know what I'm saying? Like, this is something that I'm willing to do in spite of how I feel. Okay, cool. But in that case, oftentimes a lot of brothers actually do care about how women feel about a lot of stuff in this day and age. Mm-hmm. If she's tired, most guys will just let it slide because we're trained to be more accommodating to women than we are the other way around. So, okay, fair enough.
All right, so
I'm sorry.
I'm about to sound super toxic, so I'm gonna preface it with that. If she my wife, then I own her mind, body, and soul. So it's a duty. You understand? Like, she gonna want to though, but that's just me.
But it's affecting her job, so she has to get up and work. And so if it was the other way around, and you're married, and she wants to wake you up in the middle of the night. And keeps waking you up in the middle of the night to where you're late for work, to where you can't, get to work on time, provide, and things of that nature. So is it still your duty to do that, even though she's waking you up in the middle of the night?
She should go to bed earlier. I'm just saying, like, I just think like this is insane that like, and of course this is like a letter. I don't know what the
she can have all the time in the world to give him sex.
Like, I see again, like, I don't know why she didn't just communicate. Maybe she didn't, but let's assume that I don't know why she wouldn't talk about this, and then they both can figure it out. I mean, rare circumstance, let's say he's sleep pursuing her for intercourse. But again, like, I just think it's really dramatic that, like, for example, if let's say I was doing that, my husband could call me out and be like, yeah, but you're on your phone, like, not getting sleep, whatever. So, like, if you want to go, I don't know. It's just like priorities, I guess, in my opinion. I don't know this.
Well, my thing is, why not just wake her up early when she's about to have to go to work? Like, if I know I got to get up at, let's say, 6:30 to start getting ready, he's waking her up in the middle of the night and she can't go back to sleep and then she has to get up. Then why not wake her up or ask for it at like 5:30, because then she don't need to go back to sleep anyway. She could get up and go to work.
Or before she even goes to sleep.
That too.
Yeah, I'm not against that. I'm saying in this specific scenario, the way she phrased it, that he was initiating sex for whatever reason at that hour. Like, I think she would be appreciative that I was doing that, in my personal opinion. So it's hard for me to even put myself in this state because she mad at him for having sex with her. That's a crazy dynamic.
She's not mad at the sex. She's mad at him waking her up.
Yes.
She said, I have to get up. So you tell your wife she has to work. You want her to work. You want her to get to work on time. But yet you keep waking her up in the middle of the night, which she can't go back to sleep. So you want her to operate on 4 hours of sleep?
Yes.
What if she's the same woman who won't have sex with him, like, when he asks, like, before? Like,
that's why you laughing, Harrison. You know that's crazy.
It's crazy, but that's what we do.
If she recognizes his need for it, which obviously as a man, then I would be like, okay, I'm not functioning well at work because you're messing up my sleep. Sleep is very important. Okay. Obviously, but let's figure out how to make this work versus you're affecting me and this is a problem. Like there's two needs here. You know what I mean? Her sleep and his need for sex or whatever.
Look, Penny, I got 3 kids under 3, right? So right now it's difficult. If it's 1 a.m., 5 a.m., if all them kids go to sleep, it's cracking. Like I don't care what time it is, it's cracking, it's up.
I mean, I don't think it's a problem of saying, "Hey, let's get one in." You know, I don't think that's the problem. She's not saying like
getting too many in, 3 kids under 3.
Right. I don't think it's a problem of wanting to give him sex, but the problem was he's waking her up in the middle of the night to where she can't function well at work, and 2, also the gaslighting part where he's saying, "I'm not waking you up, you waking me up."
Yeah, and I'm not doing that. Like so. I'm not doing that. This shit is trash.
So what is the deal? I kind of agree with Coach K. I think that the ideal situation is like before we go to bed, look, baby, you know, just go ahead and make him happy. That way he don't have to wake up in his sleep. Or in the morning, you know, surprise me with something. I don't know. But because you don't interrupt me in my sleep either, unless it's just a special. It better be once, twice out of the month, not every day, homie.
I can even do once a week, but
especially on a work day. Now,
right.
That's because I work with kids, so my sleep is important for your kids' future. So
it sounds like she just got this guy on a schedule. Like, okay, you have between 9:30 and 10:30. That is your hour. I am going to sleep directly after that. It's like there's like a set schedule of like when this happens or when this needs to happen, which sounds a bit
what's wrong with that though? If let's say if that's the case, what is wrong with saying I'll give it to you whenever, but just make sure like we get it in right before 10 o'clock, 10:30, because I'm gonna go. I have to go to bed by 11 o'clock.
But what's the fun in that?
Right.
No, I'm saying what's the fun there?
I'm starting to see
she's not having fun anyway. She's not having fun.
But why are you gonna put me on a goddamn sex schedule?
No, what I'm saying is she's not having fun if you're waking her up at 2:30 in the morning because you want to have sex. So you're only concerned about your participation in it. When she's saying, listen, I can't keep getting up in the middle of the night doing this. So for both of us to get what I want, this is what compromise is. For both of us to get what we want, I don't care what day we do it, when we do it, we can do it every day of the week, but I need us to get that in by this time because I'm not going to be able to get up in the morning. So
okay, if that's the case, don't you turn me down. Don't you dare turn me down.
I agree.
I don't want to hear no. I don't care if you're on your menstrual or not. I'm going to get my red rings. Give it to me. I'm getting in. I don't care. Don't turn me down.
I think that the overall point is just being considerate of your partner both ways. You know,
first of all, I think it's important. I wouldn't have a partner because that means I have a man. As a man, so, you don't have. We're not partners.
Okay, so this is to be considerate of your mate, the person that you marry, to compromise. So, can I finish the sentence? Jesus, Lord have mercy, it's great Sunday. Listen, I think that at the end of the day, I wouldn't want to inconvenience my man. If I can do something not to inconvenience my husband, I would want to do that. And I would hope that he will feel the same way about me. Now, like I said, if this happens every once in a while, comply. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But if it's every day, sleep is essential for health. It's more than just you need to sleep. It's not like something that's optional. It's kind of mandatory. Okay. So to function 100% daily on what all your tasks have to be, you need to get your sleep. Again, I get it. If it's a spur of the moment and something happens and it's just not normal, for sure. But if it's something consistently, I would have to ask, Why is it that it's almost like an ego thing, like I'm trying to disrupt her, or I'm trying to, because I would assume as a man, you would want the best interest of your wife, would you not? Would you?
Yeah, they make melatonin too, so she could just take some of that and go back to sleep.
What?
Or time when she's in a certain sleep cycle.
I think you lying. I think you're lying. If someone interrupts you every day, you would be really upset.
Yeah, but you act like the man's gonna be pumping for an hour and a half.
You don't know. We're not saying that. We're saying if you are asleep,
you can't give me 20 minutes and lay your black ass back down.
So Hank, let me ask you a question. It would be the same as you're in your basement, peaceful, and you know how a few minutes ago you were saying she comes in and she starts yapping. You know, she interrupts. Guess what we do? Listen.
We sit there and listen, and we'll engage with her, right. Even though we don't want to. So we're gonna give her that time, but you won't give me my 20 goddamn minutes because it's all about your sleep. Fuck your sleep, Shantae.
You know, that's kind of like that'll be
there's an essential time, like the Super Bowl, essential time, like essential sleep.
I will pause the Super Bowl to get that ass
every time,
and then I'll go back to the game.
Let me ask y'all this question: what if the guy, his work schedule,
you can watch the Super Bowl and
he's on like third shift or something like that? His work schedule, he gets home at a late time, like, you know, I don't know what the third shift is. I just said that, but he gets home, let's say like at 2:30. That's the time that he gets home, and you're already asleep because you have to get up for work. At that point in time, I do think that situation is different.
Yeah, it's different because now you can wake him up from his sleep. When he falls asleep and it's time for you to get up, now it's time for him to wake up. Okay, baby.
And guess what he's gonna do? He's gonna get his big ass up and he's gonna give you that D.
But let me ask you a question. Do you have that same? Do you have that same sentiment if she wakes you up and says something like, "Oh, baby, that hinge is coming loose on that door. I need you to get up and fix it like right now." Or she says something like, "Oh, I need you to help me move something up in the middle of the night, and I need you to move this couch, your manly duty in the house, or take out the trash. But I need it right now." You're gonna get up and do it?
We do it any other time.
You know you're not waking up in the middle of the night to do
it. Y'all come with the most simplest stuff at all times, and we will get up middle of the night. Go see what that noise is. Man, that's your damn dishwasher going off. Which I said, I thought I heard.
We're gonna get up. I got a question for you, Penny.
We'll go appease you. We'll get up. We probably won't walk all the way in there. Yeah, it wasn't none.
Penny, what's more important, your husband or your job?
That's gonna be up to him whether he paying them bills. I'm gonna ask him what's more important. You and your wife for that job. I'm asking you that.
That question would be for him because if I'm working, it's because he wants me to.
No, the hell no. The hell with that job. It should be about your
man. Roll over too.
If I don't have to work, if he tells me I don't have to work, I'm not working. We can have sex whenever he wants to. So
now it's transactional. That's not good.
I'm not saying it's transactional. I think
transactional, but he wants you to have
conditional. Sorry.
That's what we're not talking about. Men will operate in duty because we know it's about y'all. We doing this for y'all, but y'all won't do the same for us. It's about I don't feel like getting up, so.
But I don't understand how is that for us.
You have to just roll over and tough it out, or go take a cold shower, or go in your basement and get it off. I'm not doing nothing tonight.
King, how is that for us? I don't get how that's for us, right? So you get a woman, you put her on your plan, you say, hey, I want you to go to work. I want you to do this. I want you to, cook for me this time. I want you to do these things. This is your plan, what you want me to do. And then, so I go to sleep to operate in your plan, and then you want to wake me up so that I can't operate in your plan. That doesn't make sense.
My plan is to sacrifice too.
There is a sacrifice.
I just realized my divorce rates.
Sacrifice.
I'm sorry.
Being working is a sacrifice. And so if you want to change the plan, you can change the plan.
You guys have to compromise. You
can always adjust it.
Go ahead,
compromise.
Okay, so I think that we're being a little bit disingenuous in this conversation. And I mean by a little bit of everybody. Because what we know as men is we will typically adjust what we need to adjust, as Hink has just stated, we'll adjust what we need to adjust to accommodate the preference of the female. We do it all the damn time. Now, what we don't have enough context to really even answer the question. What if he does work the third shift and when he gets home he want to smack them cheeks?
See, but
You need to get your ass up and let him let
She
him
only
get his
talked about her
thing
schedule.
on.
She didn't talk about his though.
Right. Like most of the time men are accommodating. That's just kind of what we do. So if we know you got to be up at 6 and we got to be up at 8, we're likely not going to wake you up at 2:45 on a consistent basis to get them cheeks. We're just not going to do that. However, if we work second or third shift and we get home and you're asleep and we know we're going to be asleep when you get up to go to work and we want to go ahead and get them yams, we're going to wake your ass up to get them yams so we can go to sleep.
And they sleep better,
there's
right?
just not enough context to really answer that because like he would likely accommodate if they're on similar schedules.
If the roles were reversed, if she was waking you up, you had her schedule, if the roles were reversed, would you oblige her?
Absolutely.
Something different
you
than
kidding
that.
Me?
Something
You kidding me?
You act like sex isn't good for women too, though. Like the way y'all phrasing
It's
this
not.
is like
You listen. That's another conversation for another day.
And to answer your question,
he's just waking her up.
I see what you're doing, Shane.
You're not getting any sleep.
I'm not a liar. I'm gonna be honest, and I'm just
to
going
answer
to
your
go down that
question,
rabbit hole
Shane,
today.
Shane, you asked
that's
if
what
we
we
get
need
up
Miss
and
Taking
check their
to jump
hand.
in. She say sex is good. That's your consistent take, but Miss Taking to be like, yeah, I
It
need
sure
that.
With her husband.
This is a husband and wife scenario that we
Okay, that's it. Listen.
I'm eating right
Let me
now.
just
I'm
tell you
sorry,
this.
y'all.
If this is the way you can assess that. If it's the same thing for both, you would not have an issue with her waking up.
Right. No.
Because she's going to want it just as much as you.
Right.
Yeah, that's how you can assess the situation.
And you go
but let me just tell you this. At the end of the day, the fact that you would not even want to compromise is kind of upsetting to me. It's upsetting because it's almost like you're going out of your way to make just out of ego to make a person feel uncomfortable. I would assume that if I'm with my husband or if you're with your wife, that you're going to want to do what's best for your wife and she's going to want to do what's best for you. So like you just said, Marcus, I do agree if it just happens every once in a while. I agree with that. But if you know it's on a consistent basis and you know that it's because her health, because sleep is health, then that's an issue because you're not looking out for her well-being.
So in all honesty, like AP said it before, we would make some type of compromise, right? But we just trying to answer this question specifically how it was worded. And specifically, it seemed like she was bad in denying him. And then
she said he kept, right? I thought it was consistent. The way she said it was like he consistently does it.
It sounded resentful. And I feel like when you're in a place of resentment, you're not going to be able to fall asleep. Just like when you're anxious or mad, try going to sleep. Like you can't, like your mind is just going. So I'm wondering, even more of a reason to talk about it. Like, of course, again, sleep is 100% necessary. That's my jam, sleep hygiene. Everyone get on it. But don't act like your sleep is such a big deal. Are you getting, woken up when are you talking about this? Like, it just sounds like a victim, I guess, in my opinion. I don't know. But then again, but I do want to leave room for maybe they talked about it and I don't know. There could be variables that we're not hearing because it was a short little thing. And I'm going to pass it to Enos because she's been trying to get it.
Yes, that's why I said
I need
my sleep. I sleep. I know the importance of sleep.
They did talk about
every blue moon, honey.
Enos, pass it to me after you finish, Enos.
Every day, do not. If you want me to be the queen that I was made to be every day for you, then you want me to get my sleep in.
Well, you're going to be tired, but you'll be happy with me.
Go ahead, Enos.
I just think this tit for tat thing is really interesting because we do it based on our own value system, right? Like Shan, you were mentioning like are you willing to fix this or fix that at that same hour, right? But if you tell that man you want a bigger home and he has to put in some extra hours, like he's not going to hold the same resentment, right? But that's his value and not yours. So I think that part is interesting. The other thing is like I think some women, obviously not all, get so comfortable no longer tending to her husband's sex drive that it becomes deprioritized. But let that man cheat and it's a whole problem.
Now,
right?
I agree with that.
So even if it was consistent at an hour where it wasn't convenient, right? Let's just say did have that conversation. Let's say he ignored it and that just happens to be the cycle where he's most excited. So what? Right? Like if that man is doing his job and he is protecting you and he's providing for you and he is loving on you, I don't understand what the problem is. Like we talk about duty, like there's pleasure in duty too. Duty is not always this thing that's full of dread, right? And I think sometimes when we forget to prioritize our spouse, we get into this zone where it's a nuisance, it's an annoyance. That's a terrible dynamic. And I understand, yes, sleep is important. But you know who else disrupts your sleep? Children. And we don't resent them.
We do. So let me just say this. I think
Fight
that
back,
too. I
ladies,
think
fight
that people,
back.
and I speak on this because I fall in this category.
That's a lot.
I think it depends on this lady's job. Let's just say you have surgery tomorrow morning. Your surgeon's husband wakes her up in the middle of the night and she has to work on you in the morning. I don't want him waking her up. Okay. I need you to let Sally, Dr. Sally, sleep. Because in the morning, Dr. Sally's going to be responsible for my life. For me, I'm responsible for the education of 150 kids. I need my sleep. Okay. So I think that depends solely, it's all individual. Some people don't listen. Some of you guys have those remote fancy jobs. You get time, you're not there all day. Some of you guys don't work long hours. I get it. We're not talking about you.
I was just gonna say it really is about. Go ahead.
I just want to respond real quickly. So Shane, I hear what you're saying, but the people who operate on the least amount of sleep are usually surgeons. That surgeon has 2 9-hour back-to-back surgeries. I don't understand what the difference of her husband waking her up is versus having to be that alert for that amount of time.
So right? that was an example, but that was
no. I understand, but like the same thing can be applied across the board, right? Like when you're in like final season and you're up late grading papers on a continuous, you're still lacking that sleep too, right? I think that like my whole like part about that is like it's prioritizing your spouse. What we deem important, we're willing to sacrifice sleep over, even if it's for like an elongated period of time. But when it comes to our spouse, we require so much more compassion from their part without reciprocating that compassion in the same way. Like that's all I'm saying is like with any job that is demanding, there is always a period where you're going to have to lack sleep. And that seems to be okay, but let it be your spouse who wants to enjoy your company, and that's the problem.
I think that.
Wait, hold on,
Shan. Let me just say this. I think that you're missing what I'm saying. I never said that it's not okay to wake up in the middle of the night. I'm saying consistently. You understand? Because that same compassion you are asking me for my partner, I would hope that he would be that compassionate for me. You understand what I'm saying? I want us both to be in a place of where we can work together. Like I want him to be pleased. There's nothing more satisfying than to please your partner. Okay? But I'm just saying, can we work something out so it works for both of us? I don't think that's a lot to ask in a relationship.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Is about the cooperating, with each other, and just a matter of respect. So if y'all have different, let's say, sleep cycles or what have you, there is a way to work around that, the compromise or whatever. Like, I'm a different person in the summer than I am when I'm working. He gets a whole different wife in the summer because I don't have to worry about getting up at 5:30 in the morning to get ready to drive an hour and some change to work. So in the summer, I'm home. So whenever it's like, tap on the shoulder, whatever, all right, let's go. That is not an issue because I don't have to worry about sleep. I don't care if I wake up tired. I don't even have to get up out of the bed. You know what I'm saying? But when work starts, our schedule does shift. There is no just waking up at 2:30 in the morning. I'm, all the time. It might happen. But every once in a while, like every once in a while, that's not something that's not something that's consistent. So I think it's just a matter of respecting a level of respect for each other's, time and things. Like, I know at certain times not to bother him, so to speak, if he's doing something. So I just think that both parties can be pleased if everybody is respecting each other's space. And sometimes it may just be like, I'm not in a mood. He might get a starfish. I know he's just trying to get it off. So you know what? Get it off. All right. And I'm going to bed. You know what I'm saying? But he prefers me to be into it. And if he does, then he knows what that's gonna look like depending on what time he may ask me. You know what I'm saying? But I just think it's just a matter of being, being considerate of each other. He needs it, but he also needs to understand what would be the optimal time for him to get the best, the best out of her.
Y'all, why I just found out what a starfish was like the other day.
You haven't been called starfish.
You guys do realize that there's a lot of sexless marriages out here, right?
And trust me, when they doing that at 2:30 in the morning, it's not even about trying to be no long drawn out. It really isn't. It's over before you know it. When
you
it's
know what's weird about this whole scenario?
They just need to get it off to go to sleep.
Marriages out here,
you know what's weird about this whole scenario is usually sex is the thing that end all arguments. For that to create a new argument is super duper strange to me. Like, I don't know, let's get, DJ Envy, wife was saying she never came in 10 years and she didn't enjoy sex. That's what it kind of sounds like. Like, she don't enjoy it. Maybe they need to go to a sex counselor or something so she can actually get that. Like,
I wonder if it's one of those things where, you know how women will kind of like, I don't want to blame women, but maybe men do this too. I don't know. But just couples in general, they'll just expect like this to just get ironed out eventually. Like, they expect someone to just behave properly. So like, yeah, I'm mad that you keep waking me up. So like, just stop waking me up. Instead of just having the conversation, looking at each other's schedules. And of course, no one doesn't, like, we don't want to make it seem like we have to schedule work, but at the same time, hubby, I know that this is like, you need this, and what can we do to both figure it out so that I'm getting my sleep and you're getting, you're getting satisfied. Let's figure it out. And sometimes if this doesn't work, plan for the obstacles too, for the nights where, let's say this isn't going to work. Plan for that obstacle and make a plan and have a strategy for that. You know what I mean? It's like, as husband and wife, I don't know why you're not coming together like teammates and saying, hey, all right, let's figure this out because this isn't a problem. You know what I mean? I don't know. I
agree. I agree with that, Coach K.
So they had that conversation and he said, I'm not waking you up. You waking me up. And she said, is that a form of gaslighting? So they had that conversation, and he told her he doesn't know what she's talking about.
Maybe he's saying she's so fine, like you waking me up. Like I turn around and I see
That's
this
precisely what he's saying.
There's a sleep over there.
He's waking up with a wood. That's what's happening.
Some granny panties. That's what it is.
Especially like when you sleep on your side and toot the cheek up. That is.
She better go get that grandma gown.
And the big thing about it is she's not saying he's waking her up. The problem is that she can't go back to sleep. So every day she's probably having like 2-3 hours of sleep. That is a problem.
Especially if you have insomnia. You be mad when somebody pick you up and then wake you up and you just went to sleep and it took you a pill to get to sleep.
She probably didn't drink coffee.
They got to talk about that because I honestly think from just the wording, I'm assuming everyone, that she sounds resentful and you're not going to go to sleep when you're pissed that he just woke you up and you're aggravated and you're sleeping next to this person that just woke you up from your sleep. It's like, of course you're not going to fall back asleep. Again, it's like, well, first of all, I would suggest, is she doing everything she can? Because it sounds like sleep is important for everyone. Okay, I'm trying to qualify everything here so people don't take me out of context. If sleep is important, which it is, your sleep hygiene better be, on par, and talk about this and figure it out. Now, the whole, I'm not waking you up, you're waking me up, that's weird. I don't know about that. Like, if my husband has a Samsung watch and he has a sleep app that will like detect if he snores and things like that, maybe they can figure it out. I don't know, but it's like, man, there's so many resources and things. Just communicate, figure it out. Like, you guys got this. Like, it's not a big deal. I don't know. I'm just confused.
It sounds like they're kind of set in their ways, and they've just come to a cross point where they feel that the other person should just know. Like, you should just be considerate. You should just understand, like, this time is inconvenient for me. And I don't recall from the video if they've had this kind of conversation before, or if it ever was brought up. But it just sounds to me that there isn't any other time frame or any other outlets for them to spend any intimate time, in that capacity. It seems like they both must be getting home at some time very tired, and then things just evolve, right? She probably goes to sleep early. He probably rolls into bed a little bit later, and it just happens to be like that because everybody's schedule is not the same.
And what if they have kids? That's a whole nother.
And that's another component too. There's just a lot of in that video that was missing to kind of ground you in a song. Like, are they a young couple? Are they a much older couple? Do they have kids? Is there just one kid? Is it no kids? Right? Like it would be shameful if they didn't have no kids.
That would be.
and you were complaining about it in that capacity, and you couldn't come together and work it out and figure something out. Yeah, that's heading to a slippery slope. But I do agree with Coach K. She does seem a bit resentful, and I think if that same behavior continues, she might start not denying access, and then now you have a sexless marriage. And then if they haven't figured it out, just trying to get on board with each other, trying to reconcile after would be even harder.
Good job. Okay, I think we have do we have super chats, and then I'm gonna go into the last question. I can't stand it. Go ahead. Let's not read that.
That's a very fair point.
Dub Will, $5. If he does the job right, he should put her right back to sleep. What's the problem?
Like, that goes back to exactly what Coach K was talking about.
Somebody.
If she's resentful, if she's resentful and she doesn't enjoy it, she's not going to be happy. Like, it doesn't matter how he bends her. I mean, shit. It is what it is. They got to figure that shit out.
Ali, $1.99. F your feelings, Shan. I need your cake.
He's so
Double $5. If sex is much of a chore for women, then she's with the wrong ninja.
Gotcha. So my last question, thanks you guys for the super chats. You guys are awesome. So my last question deals with infidelity. When it comes to duty, does infidelity, so what cheating means is cheating a part of you stepping outside of your duty? Does that mean you're not doing your duty if you are cheating? Because most people, they go and they either go to a church and they get married, or they get married under a religious umbrella. So would that not be you stepping outside of your duty? What is that for happiness? Because cheating would be happiness.
Wouldn't
Can you
it
define
just be
cheating?
stepping outside your commitment to each other?
Your duty to each other.
Yeah, because like if hypothetically, if he is with X woman on the side and his wife calls and she's like, I need you here, there's something happening. And he gets up, stops midway, and gets on in his car and drives directly to whatever situation is going on. Is he not addressing that same duty? Is he not being present? Again, mind you, I'm not advocating for cheating, but I'm just saying that, like, I I think it's not duty. I think it's being in the wrong context. I think it's commitment. I think he's stepping outside of his commitment, not duty.
Well, so under duty, number one is a moral or legal obligation, a responsibility. So I would think that's moral, would it not be?
Yeah, I think it depends on whatever arrangement or agreement that y'all have, right? So if you set up the relationship where whatever you set that relationship up with, as long as you abide by those terms and y'all open and honest and y'all on the same page, then I don't think anything is wrong. Now, if you step outside of that and start doing just random stuff, sneaking and hiding, and trying to just get away with, if you feel like you're getting away with something, then yeah, you definitely are doing something wrong within that relationship. Something that you would be extremely like, you know, that it wasn't me, caught face if they found out about. You get what I'm saying? Outside of that, I think, you know, people have different types of relationships, especially in 2023. And yeah, so infidelity is wrong, but you should be open and honest with whoever you talk to.
As long as you're open and honest about
Open
it.
and honest, yes.
But it's infidelity. Are people open and honest about infidelity?
It's not infidelity if you open and honest. So
No,
That's my
still
point
infidelity,
exactly.
even if you're open and honest. It's still infidelity. It depends on what you consider as the moral standard in your relationship. Outside of religious thing, there's no real moral bounds besides how you feel about it as far as, you know, infidelity. Only reason why we even have an idea of infidelity is based upon a moral standard that most people would attribute to as religious. And outside of religious significance, a lot of things in marriage that we consider moral, there's no basis for it. So, me personally,
I know that there are some states that actually allow you to sue the side chick. It was one of those Carolinas, right?
it'll allow you what?
North Carolina.
North Carolina, you can actually, it's actually legal. You can sue the side chick.
sue her for
She
what?
can be summoned
The
to
cousin
court.
will do? What? What are you suing her for? What you gonna get from that?
That's what is that not a real thing? I actually thought
That is a real thing.
So what is the question? I'm not understanding. Maybe I missed it.
No, I'm not understanding either. I don't.
So my question was, when it comes to infidelity, that's duty versus happiness. When I would assume that if you step outside of your marriage to, you know, cheat, you are doing it because of your happiness, to fulfill it, a need to fulfill you, right, for your happiness. So when I say duty, I was looking at the definition, which means moral obligation, right? So I was just trying to get your input on how you felt about that.
So we could just consider having sex out. Just sex is cheating. So if I'm talking to another woman, you don't consider that cheating, right? It's just me.
No, I would think that if you know that you have emotions,
our penetration is considered cheating, right?
I would assume, because sometimes I feel that women, if a woman is speaking to a man and she's speaking to him in a flirty kind of way, or if there's a bond there, I would say that would be cheating.
Okay.
Given to someone else that was meant for your spouse is cheating. Or for your family, which to me would be considered cheating.
So if you on like Instagram and somebody flirting with you, no, I'm asking you, if you on Instagram and a man like gets in your comment and flirts with you, if you don't immediately block him, are you cheating?
I don't think you should respond because you're opening up the door for it to, you don't even want to open Pandora's box. So if somebody replies to you in a flirty, whatever, Instagram, whatever message, you're not under any obligation to respond. Even if you don't block, you don't have to respond. You can block them if you choose to, but you don't have to respond. I mean, since I've been doing this, it shocks me. I just didn't know, because I'm very open about the fact that I'm married, and I'll still get people in the DMs like trying to, say something, but I don't ever respond.
So do you think, like, so we all know men are visual, right? And Instagram is a picture based app. So you're presenting your best foot forward, and sometimes your best version of your body in the best angle and thirst trapping, right? So is by doing that you're attempting to cheat? Is what I'm asking. Do you think that that's occurring?
For some women, yeah. If you see mine is boring. I don't have, you know what I'm saying. But I also think
I'm just basing that off of her saying, even if you don't have any physical interaction, by creating a bond with somebody or interacting with them in a flirty way, like Shan said, then that's infidelity. If that's
let me ask you a question, Marcus. Do you think, as a man, and you guys, y'all can answer this, if your woman was, let's say, going back and forth in a conversation with, a guy, would you, if you consider that cheating, would you leave your woman for doing that, or would you leave her once if she ever got physical and actually had sex? Because if y'all consider that cheating, I know a lot of times men say that they will leave a woman if she physically cheated. Oh, I'm out. But if you also deem having an emotional connection or having conversation with a woman, that's the way that a woman may interact with a man, would you be willing to leave if she did that, if you consider that cheating?
Well, to me, if
I told you the
are,
story about how the ex
using social media, period, to me, that's considered cheating. If you're spending way too much time on social media, that's cheating to me. You might as well go and suck his dick.
So you would leave your wife if you were married? You would leave your wife over there?
No, I'm gonna have a conversation with her, but me, I'm gonna have a conversation before she became my wife. So this shouldn't be a problem once we got married. Now, if it is, she won't get blessed with my last name. But I'm gonna let it be known from the jump. We're not doing this. You're not gonna be up here on social media 24 out of 24 hours, 18 of them. And then you mad because I wake your ass up at 2:30 in the morning trying to get some goddamn cheeks. You should have been thinking about that while your ass on social media. Take your ass a nap.
Okay,
when I'm ready to get that ass.
Language.
Okay, I'm being sensitive now. I got you.
The access is there. That's really what it is. The temptation is there. The access is there, right? Usually the cheating doesn't happen like when the woman physically cheats. It's been a long time building up, right? Because it's the constant access, it's the DM, it's the liking pictures, it's the commenting, it's the sliding in the back channel. There's a lot building up, piquing her interest, like that red beacon that keeps going off, right? And sort of one day they might have a moment of weakness and they might entertain that message. They might finally open it up, right? But it took a lot of build up to get them to do that. And sort of when we talk about the whole sex thing, right? Like that woman seeming resentful, and then that week they have an argument like, you always deny me and this and this and that, and now they're giving each other the cold shoulders. They're not communicating effectively like they should. In that moment of weakness, they might entertain that message, and then that opens up Pandora box for a series of other things to come. But it's never like one moment to the other that they cheat. It's a slow build up and a moment of weakness happening in your relationship. That's where it happened. For men, it takes a whole lot to get him to get a woman to do that, because they have to do a lot in order to have access to that woman. So I don't think it's mutually the same.
Well, my point was the fact that I know a lot of times we talk about, well, if a woman's having a conversation, oh, she has a husband, a work husband, that like that kind of stuff that y'all would say, well, that's cheating. But yet you would stay, most that I know of would stay in that situation, stay in a marriage because she didn't actually cross the physical aspect, right? Once you cross the physical aspect, that's when I usually hear men say that they will leave. My point is that if you consider her having an emotional attachment or whatever with the guy, or having conversation with the guy cheating, then why don't you leave at that point instead of waiting until they actually a physical thing? Because
I agree.
that is that I don't know if y'all really consider that cheating.
And stay out of duty.
For sure. I think that as far as in this situation, I think that a lot of things that guys consider cheating is just because it's too. It seems like for women, it seems too easy for you to have the opportunity to cheat, more so than most guys. So they would consider that cheating. But I do agree 100% that most likely, me personally, I probably would not leave initially because a lot of times women don't show their cards oftentimes. If they got another guy waiting, they got a work husband, they typically don't make it readily available that that's something that they have going on. Now you might can pick up some of the cues here and there as far as like she don't talk to you the same way, she's always out at work or she's doing these kind of things. Typically speaking, like sometimes guys want hard evidence. That's the reason why when guys hear that she might be talking to this person, that might not be something that he will leave for. But when he got full undisputed evidence that you out here doing stuff, then that's when he's gonna leave.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing about it. That's that guy's fault because you got to understand, women like the way we get sexually aroused is completely different. Once women get turned on in the head, and sort of once they have that person in their sector that they're constantly having secretive messages that they're constantly talking to, they're fully engaged. They're giving this person time, energy,
I agree.
attention, right? That's way too much. And all it takes is a slip up or a miscommunication in your relationship dynamic, and homeboy slides in right through the back door. Pause. Into your current situation. But it's a buildup. That's the thing that I talked about. It doesn't happen like one flip to the other. It's a buildup. It's like, oh, he complimented me this way. He said this. He bought me this. A lot of women have work husbands, and I've seen this thing too. Like working in different spaces because you spend so much time and so many hours with that person, it's only natural that you're going to gravitate and get to know them. Why do you think in the medical field, I'm saying doctors, doctors, nurses, all those people, they're all kind. They're the ones who are having the most affairs of any other profession. They work odd hours. You know what I'm saying? They're always typically paired up with the same kind of people, so they typically know them. And over a period of time, they have conversations like, "Oh, this is going on in my life." They let them people into their in dynamic of what's going on at home, which you should only be talking to your counselor, your person at church, or with pastor, or whatever, not some stranger that you have a work, dynamic with, right, about what's going on in your personal life, because that's an opportunity for them to plant seeds and try to, you deserve better. You should leave him or whatever, right? And that happens. These types of things do happen, and women do tend to say these types of things, but they don't understand the full makeup. It's just because the way they're narrating their story, particularly, it seems so comfortable for them to take that next step, especially when it comes from a man.
Teachers do
So
the
I'm
same
gonna
thing, Lou.
so uh,
Mistaken, you know that.
I'm gonna say this, right? I think there is this functional fallacy that exists in terms of women's sexuality, right? This idea that a woman needs to be emotionally invested in order to cheat. I understand why people operate from that mode because it preserves the way that men want to see women. But if we're honest, women don't really function like that. Truly. If y'all look at like the male thirst traps and you scroll into the comment sections, I promise you those comments would make any hardened man blush. Women are not just turned on or incentivized to cheat just off of emotional response. Women will also do it off of a visual response or a certain level of, perceived domination or perceived masculinity. It really doesn't take as much as some men think it does for a woman to feel aroused or to be incentivized to cheat, right? I hear men talk all the time about the Pookie and Ray Rays. They are not the most emotionally intelligent, emotionally available human beings. Sure, some of them know how to run game, but I promise you a lot of y'all say it all the time. These men are not that smart. Women know that. Women will lie to themselves to justify what it is that they're doing. And I think the moment we can like really have an honest conversation about women and sex without so much shaming and just coming from a place of curiosity and understanding, we can have a conversation about why it's like a 1-to-1 ratio of men to women cheating, right? Because I think that's the floating stat that's going on right now, that women are cheating at the same rate as men. There's no way all of these women are emotionally invested in the men that they're cheating with. Like statistically, that does not make any sense at all, right? We demonize it.
Married men, right? These are married statistics, correct?
I've heard. Honestly, I haven't substantiated the statistic yet. To my knowledge, it's just men and women, right? So that it varies from conversation to conversation. If I'm wrong, correct me. I will take it. But at the end of the day, right? Like what we do is we say, okay, well, that woman, there was some sort of vulnerability or some sort of weakness going on in either her or the relationship, and we find a way to justify it. But when it comes to men, regardless of whether or not his needs are being met, regardless of whether or not he's being selfish, regardless of the circumstances, we're so quick to jump that like he's not a good person, he's not a good man. We're having two separate conversations based on gender when the behaviors are different regardless, or the behaviors are the same regardless of gender.
Okay, so just to jump in here real quick, Inaz, the things you said required some type of mental stimulation, whether it's the look, everything you just mentioned. It required some type of mental stimulation.
She said physical attraction.
That's still a mental stimulation. Men don't need that to sleep with a woman. She could be ugly as hell and we still do it. We don't need any of that. We don't need it. All we need is opportunity. If I'm going to be completely honest about it, we don't need any of that, which is why, going back to Sham's original question.
That's not true.
We don't.
I've heard y'all say, not in particular, I'm saying men in general, say that there are just certain women that they would not smash.
Not
there
just
are
that,
outliers to everything. There are outliers to everything.
Right, but okay.
Rule of thumb, on a bounce of probability that AP is right.
But hang on, because he's
not. I wasn't.
Wait,
give
me 1 second, AP. He's not right. This is why. How many times in this space have we heard the conversation of, she has all these standards, but what do the last 3 men she slept with look like? That comes from the space of like, she's not sleeping with people who she's necessarily attracted to, right? So like, it's literally men and women are out here operating the same. And we're looking to justify it for women and we're looking to demonize it for men. Like, I'm not really big on the whole equality thing, but in this conversation, I think we need to have a fair conversation between men and women.
Yeah, I just completely disagree with what you're saying, and that's just the way it is sometimes. But to Shan's point, is cheating a dereliction of duty? I don't necessarily think so, unless you add this one component, the woman's mental health, because that's part of the duty as well, which is the reason why men lie. It's not necessarily to keep you around, it's to keep you sane. We don't necessarily want to hurt you. We know that it hurts you. We know it. So the reason we lie is to you is to not hurt you in like the way we see the world. Okay, I'm not saying like I'm not making it okay because I don't like I've grown quite a bit, but if in my mind, if everything in the house is taken care of, if the kids are taken care of, if you are still, if I'm still smacking that ass, a random opportunity presented itself, and I smashed something random. That's not necessarily a dereliction of duty, unless I'm hurting you. And again, like that depends on how you want to look at it, on if it's hurting you. Like that's just the way we see it. If I'm not giving her any resources except for some ding ding, and I'm still gonna knock out the woman at home later or whatever, like some men are that way. I'm not saying that's okay. I'm just saying that I don't necessarily believe it to be a dereliction of duty.
Okay, so let me just say this. I was raised under the "it wasn't me" era, right? Where you could get caught cheating, and no matter what, it was not you. If she caught you on the floor, butt naked in the shower, it wasn't me. You forgot you gave her the extra key, it wasn't me. No matter what, it was not me. You could see me, I could have a tattoo, I got a twin. It was not me. And what I found out is that although we absolutely are doing it, thinking we protecting a woman, it actually is more harmful than anything else. Did I break up? Am I breaking up?
You did.
Am I breaking up? Can you still hear me?
You're good. Keep going.
Okay. Can you hear me say? So, all right. I'll try and jump back like 5 seconds. It's actually more.
You're good.
So I grew up during that era. It's actually the most hurtful thing you could do to the relationship. Like I was talking to somebody about this, and I'm like, men are trained to lie, deny, and make sure we never admit to that, knowing that that's not something a lot of men can maintain. And we gamble with our entire families and futures on the aspect that I can continue to get away with this, knowing that the moment that she finds out that you lying, it's potential for you to lose every single thing. Men aren't just gambling at us like that. There's a real something going on that we don't talk about in this day and age that I think in years past they understood, and now we've accepted a social construct that puts us in a situation where most men feel like they're forced to lie. But I propose that if you get to a situation or a relationship and you can be honest about who you are and what you want and what you need, then you have the option of giving that woman a choice to say, I can deal with this, I can't deal with this. And once she chooses to deal with it, then you will not lose your family. But that's the hardest thing in the world, because most men, we train, if we see you tearing up, we know we gonna say something to you that's gonna hurt your feelings. So we don't want to do it because we're trying to protect you. So it's kind of like going against our nature of trying to protect you to ultimately protect you more. I guess that's how we would have to phrase it in our minds to understand how we could be honest and still not come off as if we were intentionally trying to hurt you. Because there's nothing more intentional than that lie once she finds out.
Then why not just?
I agree with you on that.
Why don't you just not cheat?
Again, we talking about.
People do it all the time. Don't do that.
I need you to get a testosterone.
It's some men. Look, it's some men don't even. They ain't never. They don't even have the option to. So.
Yeah, they help. There's some men that don't buy Lamborghinis. They don't got the option to. That's a type of argument. If you
need a Lamborghini, I mean, they're not even safe for you.
You approach this from your mind.
It's safe. Like you don't buy a motorcycle because it's safe.
You listen to say that you cannot be faithful. It's disingenuous.
No, I'm not saying that you can't be faithful. I'm saying that if the social construct right now is a Disney World fantasy, right? Men are gonna find a woman that they, in the perspective of women, you're gonna slay the dragon, find a woman that you love, and you're only gonna have eyes for her for the rest of your life, and you don't see anyone else as attractive, and you're expected to do that happily and never ever see anybody else as attractive.
That's happiness, though. Is that not running after your happiness?
I don't think that's true, Marcus. I think most women know that you're going to find other women attractive. That's never the issue about finding other women attractive. The issue is acting on that attraction.
I know it's a doctor watching. How much do it cost to get them some testosterone? I need them just for a week to get pumped up with testosterone, and then let me know after that week how y'all feeling about this conversation. I bet y'all
can do it.
I think the problem is y'all at 2:30 in the morning when I'm trying to get cheeks, I'm getting told no every goddamn time. No. There's only told me the times a man gonna keep getting told no. When he's gonna
when you're not spending that bread, you get
eventually
told
he's
no,
gonna step
no,
out.
no.
He's gonna be tempted by these other women. I said it before on Lapeef Sunday, man.
So is it okay for her to financially cheat?
Eventually, Nancy gonna start hearing what she has to say. He's gonna start appeasing about what he's looking for and what he wants, and she's gonna be willing to throw that thing back 4 days a week. Well, I can't even get it one time. I can't get it one time because you feel like it get woke up at 2:30 in the goddamn morning. It's too damn much because you want your damn beauty rest, and you still look ugly than a motherfucker when you get up in it. Goddamn way.
Shantae, I'm gonna answer your question. Yes, women can financially cheat. They've been doing it for a long time. It's called a job.
I mean, first of all, y'all financially cheat when y'all got that. When y'all got your plan B. When y'all got your plan B money. When you got that rainy day fund. Y'all financially cheat all the time.
All that nonsense.
Don't do that, Shantae.
I think also too what's happening, because this is a really good conversation, and I also think what's happening in real time out there. This is why the marriage rates just seem to not be going up and deploting. I think that a component of is that people do not want to be tied to other people because they want to have the sexual liberation or the sexual access to other people. They understand that monogamy is something that a woman wants because she wants to ensure security, in every other facet. A lot of men, especially the ones who are well-to-do, they're not sold on monogamy. They're not running like, okay, I want to go be monogamous and I'm going to, elect to be with this one woman. A lot of those dudes are not. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them, we have these conversations, especially on King Talk. A lot of dudes are just unfortunately not sold on this idea. They'll be in a relationship with a woman, but they won't marry her. You know what I'm saying? They have an agreement and an understanding, but that long-term commitment where there's a tangible piece of paper, they're not opted to want to sign up for that. Not in mass, at least.
So that's them chasing happiness, correct? Would that not be?
I would think that's that person chasing freedom.
But freedom is happiness, is it not?
He's chasing
because if a woman is in a marriage and she leaves to chase happiness, which is freedom, would that not be her chasing happiness? And when it comes to duty, never mind, just stick with that. So would that not be her? And I understand she made a vow to marry a person, to be committed, but it seems like we're taking religion out of this entire situation, because even religion holds you accountable for infidelity. So we're going to take religion out of the situation, and we're just talking about you're just going out there and you don't have any belief in God. Then it seems like that will be one and the same.
So look, can I just say this about religion real quick? It depends on which religion you're talking about, because there is.
Which one are you talking about?
They're like in Islam, they solve for some of this stuff, right?
It's because they can marry, but they marry them. They don't believe in infidelity. They marry those women.
What I'm saying
that's the difference. They just not out here pumping and dumping. They marry those women. Maybe that's their duty.
They have a solution. It's better than the one that we have in Christianity. I'm just gonna say.
But y'all not marrying anybody.
I'm married, so what you talking
You're
about?
married.
No, I don't mean you.
I look to my left. I look to my right. Both these men either been married or getting married.
Listen, I'm not saying you. I'm saying as a general term, black men aren't marrying.
You ever been to Philly? You ever been to Philly? You ever been to Philly?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
They got a large polygamous population, right?
I haven't been a Philly in that way, so I have no idea.
Well, what I'm saying is those men seem to be marrying a lot. I'm just saying. I think that because they have a solution, they going through with the process. These men right now, if you listen to what they're saying, they hate this. Like, it's a bad bet. You sign the contract for a monogamous relationship that you may not be able to maintain, and if you fail, you lose everything. That's not a. That's not,
But why do you think
that Christianity does not deal with marriage?
You said what now? I'm sorry.
You said Christianity does not have a solution for marriage.
You talking to me or her?
I'm talking to you, Mark.
I think he's talking to you, brother.
No, I'm saying in Christianity right now, it's a contract between two people, and it cannot be anything other than that, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
More.
And I'm saying with the nature of men, that will be something that potentially will fail, and we will see a divorce rate of what 40%.
So let me ask you a question.
If you look at countries where their primary religion is not Christianity, what's the divorce rate there?
So is it safe to say, I'm going to get real religious on y'all, but it's Sunday, might as well. So is it safe to say, if you yourself believe that you cannot be, there's no way for you to be, not commit, what's the word I'm looking for you to be, with one person, but it's with the word. What word am I looking for? Monogamous. Is it safe to say that you don't believe in the Bible? Because if God put in the Bible that you should be that way, and He created you, that would be you going against what God says you should be able to do, right?
Depends on your religion.
I would say Christianity was a lot of it was stemmed to be counterculture. It was the culture everywhere to be polygamous, have all these women, not take care of them, do all these things. And it was just more so survival to some degree. But like a lot of things that were like, even when you talk about Moses or you even talk about Paul or Peter, all of these things, a lot of the things that they talk about is counterculture. They said, don't shave your beard or shave your head as men and stuff like that because it was counterculture. People were falling into a lot of stuff because you couldn't distinguish the difference between believers and non-believers. Because what the believers were doing, they were doing the stuff the non-believers was doing. So oftentimes, a lot of the things and the rules in Christianity is just, in some form, counterculture.
But Harrison, the thing about it is that we are the most Christian, non-Christian group of people out here.
I agree.
Ain't that a fact?
We are the most Christian, non-Christian group of people on the wide face of the earth, man. Because we say one thing and we do a completely another. But I do want to make one statement. If we married every able-bodied Black woman with every able-bodied Black man, there will still be a surplus of
7 million.
Of like
7 million, 7.5
million. That's just if you're talking about America, though. But worldwide, there are more men that
are in America. We are talking, but see, that's the part where things become a little bit disingenuous because we are in America talking about American-based problems and American-based.
Right, but what I'm saying, you have the option of going outside. What I'm trying to say is, you have just like men are going outside. What I'm saying is, everybody has the option of going outside. America to find a partner.
Absolutely right, but
that's all.
But are they really doing that? Are you in community and proximity to women right now that you're having conversations with, either in group chats about that in particularly? You know what I'm saying? Do you have a sister who's talking to a brother down in Colombia or Belize or in Haiti or in Turks and Caicos? How many of you women are in community or proximity? Not what you think you heard, but you're in direct community where you know somebody who's actually doing that.
Well, I see more of what is it called? Divester. That aspect more so than leaving the country to go find I see more of that, to be honest. So the argument is, if there isn't enough Black men available, then I'll just, look outside of dating Black men. And it's showing that whole interracial, there's been an increase of women that are dating interracially.
So women are happily settling?
Interracially dating outside the U.S. or interracially dating in the U.S.?
In the U.S.
Okay, in the U.S. Okay.
Yeah.
But okay, so we have foundationally Black Americans from all parts of the diaspora, right? From Caribbean, Central America, South America, across the pond, right? There's no shortage of all these other men, so there are options there as well. I would think.
I'm just telling you what I've seen. Like I said, when the guys are saying this thing about if every black man married a black woman, everybody, but the women would still be left alone. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of women recognize this, that there aren't enough black men to go around, at least
Not
good
enough
ones, I'll say.
eligible.
So what they're trying to say is, well, if there isn't enough black men available, maybe I need to start looking outside of just trying to look for a black man. Is what I'm saying. That's the narrative that I've heard, and I'm seeing more black women that are dating outside of their race.
If only there was another solution that fit into the nature of people.
Well, yeah, you were talking about polygamy, but that's the other thing. A lot of women do not want to be, I would say, because a lot of women are in that situation. A lot of women are in that situation unwillingly. They're doing it unwillingly.
Some women,
I disagree with that.
Some
I
women are
disagree
in that
with that.
situation willingly doing it. So I would argue.
I would say there's few. When you look at the
this
bigger
new
picture.
generation, I think that if Drake could have 5 wives, he would be. I mean, look at Nick Cannon. I mean, these women are signing up for this like it ain't
But
nothing.
look at I'm talking about the average. I think a lot of men, like you said, at that status, yes, they could be open with it, and most women will be okay with that. Who's gonna do that? But I'm talking about the average day-to-day man. I don't think most women are gonna be okay with that.
So, okay, I have a little bit of a theory around that, right? Because I don't know if that's necessarily true, because there are some women who are really invested in their careers and don't want to give up their job for a man, right? I think, in theory, right, if that man is equipped and capable of handling more than one woman under his leadership, that woman could still maintain her career. Did I freeze?
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
If that woman could still maintain her career and the woman who does not want to work fell under the same household, I think that could have some serious potential, right? So I don't think that, because the same way that men are not a monolith, I don't think women are a monolith either, right? I think it takes a certain type. If we're honest, I think the reason so many women have pushed back on the idea of polygamy is that there's a lack of men who are trained to handle, let alone one woman, forget multiple women, right? I think the skill set is really lacking. I think if men were in a position to be able to lead that many people, I think more women would be more open to the idea and still understand that they are not necessarily restricted themselves in the same way that they are in monogamy. I think with monogamy, they're not to say it can't happen, right? Because some people really are built for monogamy. I think that it's just so much more of a rigid dynamic when it comes to relationships.
Protect that queen at all costs.
I don't agree, and because it's just the way that women don't believe in sharing something that they feel entitled to, and then also we have it primarily Christian America, right? Even though we're the most unchristian Christians in existence, right? The simple fact of the matter is this: every woman feels entitled that if you my husband, you're not nobody else. Even says it in the vow. It says forsaking everybody else. So women feel entitled to what they are signing up for, which is, hey, you only get me, right? Now, to Marcus' point, he's saying that, Islam is like, hey, listen, under this case, we will allow it, right? But I would even argue that your argument as far as saying that it's a different skill set, I don't think it's necessarily a different skill set. The thing is it's just women's expectations of what it is that they want. The simple fact of the matter is this. Whether you lead in one woman, two women, or three women, if they are all on the same page, it don't matter what in quote unquote the skill set. They know their role, they know their position. Just like if you have one woman, if she know her role and her position, and she respects you and care about you, she gonna follow suit. However, when you introduce multiple women, especially from America, they don't care nothing about none of those logics. They like, listen, I'm entitled to what I want because this is what I want, and I don't want somebody else into something that I deeply care about. Now, of course, we got more women that are more accepting of multiple different types of relationships as far as like being side pieces so they can chase the career. Actually, I think that's the reason why a lot of a number of black women divest. They have more control to do what they want in certain relationships than they do with the black guy that they could marry. But a lot of times, black guys, we are kind of controlling to some degree that we want things the way we want and we don't care how you feel about it. But I think, me personally, based upon what you're saying, I don't think more women would be more accepting of it because the simple fact of the matter is they think it makes them look dumb.
So
By other
Harrison,
women who are not in the community with them. That's why they care too much about what other people think as opposed to the people that is in their vicinity, right? Like that's really what it comes down to. It's caring, it's allowing people to interject your life and your lifestyle by comments, thoughts, and opinion that are just free. Everybody has an opinion. Who cares at the end of the day how you lead your life? You know what I'm saying? And sort of like you need to find or make a stance on what you stand on and what you want at the end of the day. Because you can sell it and pitch it or whatnot, but you need to be able to live with it. Right. And I agree with the comment that I forgot who made it. I don't know if it was you. That men are just not mentally kind of cultured that way to kind of handle multiple women in that kind of dynamic. There really isn't a precedent outside of just like being a player, but I mean in a true relationship, like making sure like you have a sanctuary, like there are roles and people play to those strengths, and you're creating a community within that, right? That is strengthened and that is based on family. Family is the foundation of it all, right? When women think of that far too often, they think about that it's just about sex, and that couldn't be further from the truth because there's only so much sex that you can honestly get. Like, but everything else still stays there. It's the duty of the community, of the family, right, and everything that comes with it. You think about the extra set of hands, and you think about like someone that is a little bit more career oriented and a little bit more hands on versus someone who is a little bit more of a homebody and does everything else. It kind of offsets and makes everybody else's life, that much better. And you taking care of each other. I think based on the model today, two people, two average working people making average incomes raising two children based on the housing market, daycare, the cost of living, everything, food is just it's a bit stressful. It's hard. This is why a lot of people are pushing to have families or start family much later as opposed to doing them at a midpoint, right? Because they no longer have grandma in the house to help with the extra set of hand. People have moved away from communities and moved into the suburbs where a bunch of other people that don't share the same value systems that they do, don't have the same upbringing as they do, don't have the same cultural understanding or awareness, right? But it's cooler, it's safer, right? But you've removed yourself. That's why I sometimes hear people, oh, bring the nuclear family back. The nuclear family is exactly what it sounds like. They nuked it to hell. You know, what you need back is more of the community family. The more like they're like that compound kind of family, right? Because it takes a village to raise a child, and You working, she's working, you're working late nights. You got to go run across town, 45 minutes in traffic to go pick up your kid. It is stressful. People are stressed because they're doing multiple things. And then you get to the night part where you're trying to find that time to spend some intimate quality moments with your partner. They're like, I'm too tired. You know what I'm saying? And now you're like, damn, I done went through all this work, did all this stuff. I'm tired too. You know what I'm saying? I want some intimate time with my person as well. But that, takes a back seat to all these other things that come, to the forefront. Thank you.
That was fire. That's all I gotta say.
No, I agree. So I'm just gonna build off of what Luis and Marcus had kind of laid before me. So this idea that it doesn't take a certain skill set to balance multiple women, I think, is very ego driven. Because so I'm Muslim. The men in that community are taught from a very young age, if you're going to do this, you got to understand what being righteous means. It's not just about being fair, because fairness is very subjective. You have to treat your wives equally in every aspect and manage multiple women's feelings at the same time. Most men, honestly, really struggle to keep up with one woman's feelings. Now you got two of them, you got cycle syncing, you throw kids into there, you got work in there, everyday life. It takes a very specific skill set that somebody is groomed into to be able to run that efficiently, where it is proficient and not a headache. So this idea that any man can do it, I think, is like it's this fallacy that gets women into situations where they reject polygamy altogether. I think that, honestly, I think that's how we got here, where a few too many men who weren't equipped to do the job tried to do the job, and it just ran amok.
I
Right?
don't think that
The other,
I'm sorry.
sorry, the other part of that, right, is that in Islam there isn't you don't need a reason to have multiple wives. You don't. You get them because you want them. You don't have to be rich. You don't have to be wealthy. You don't have to be the 1%er. You don't have to, anybody can have multiple wives. As long as that woman is willing to sign on to the idea that you are not the main provider, but you are still the head of the household, that's cool. If she is accustomed to that, where she was working for her father or helping provide for the family before she left his house, that is cool. There's no specific situation in which the reason why polygamy is allowed is to keep women from being in a situation where they're laying with a man who is not their husband, and to keep men from running through women that taint the women in the community to become unmarriageable. There's no scenario where that doesn't really work, because if you have this desire where you are not fulfilled as a man with a single woman, no problem, but you are also going to have to take responsibility for that woman, right? And pick a woman that fits into what you are capable of providing, and that she's consenting to what you're able to provide. You don't have to be wealthy. It is a very Western thing to think that you have to be wealthy to take on multiple wives. It does not work like that.
So, but my
Can I
question would
respond to her
be,
after you done talking to
give me
her?
a second, Harrison. I'm sorry. So my question would be, though, we are very Western. So if we were to implement that, do you think that that would be a problem? Because we all know that women would just flock to the men who are doing well. We just know that, because we are Western, and that's just how it's been going. Okay. So do you think that that will cause an issue for those men who are not seen as the most desirable? It leaves men out without choices because because right now we see women going
Only in
after,
America.
right? Do we not see that happening now? They all go towards he's able to cheat because they all want the same guys, right? And so that argument that some men are still virgins, or some men aren't even having sex, that's so they say, that would make it even worse, because now this man can actually wife these women, and that would leave that guy with no one. Wouldn't that be? Do you not see that being an issue?
So in the scenario that you listed before, when you were talking about people chose to settle for what they would get, I think that's essentially what happened, because there's only so many. If it's done right, it's only so many women a man could potentially be with. One woman is a lot. Two women is enough probably to take all of your time and energy up. If you're talking about 5, 6, 7, I don't think you could potentially do that the right way, where you would adequately give each woman what she needed, manage all those emotions, and do justice to those relationships, right? So after that, it's a weird thing. Like when I advocate for honesty, like I told you, I was a lifelong cheater prior to that period where I decided to be an honest man, right? And what I found is by being able to tell the truth, it kind of removes some of the excitement of cheating and the will and the desire to want to go cheat, right? So I think within polygamy, that's not a real issue, because at that point, all the cards on the table, it's no use sneaking to do nothing. There's nothing taboo about it that's making it more exciting. It's just, look, this is what it is, and you move forward off of that. You get what I'm saying? So in that situation, those men would be able to date who's left, because the men that they may want are just off the table. It's not like, oh yeah, he can just keep getting 9. He just can't manage all of them women.
I have a quick question. Do you think men who are in polygamous relationships cheat?
I don't think so.
I don't think so, man.
Hold on, let me finish. The reason I asked that is because of this. From what I've heard, sometimes the cheating is not necessarily it's the separation of responsibility from the marriage, right? So it becomes exciting because the only thing you get to do is the escape from the responsibility. So when you are married, even if you have 2 wives, you are still responsible for 2 wives. The side chicks serve the purpose, right? I think we had said that before. They serve the purpose. So that purpose is, again, the escape from the responsibility. I could just hit it, quit it. I could lay up. I don't have to worry about, any obligations to you, any responsibilities to you. You're no stress. But then I leave and I go back to my household, which consists of multiple responsibilities, because now I have 2 wives, probably a bunch of children as well. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's still necessarily going to solve the issue of cheating.
So I think
does this person have enough time to do this? I'm very curious to know. Where does this person have the time, the energy, and the wherewithal to do that? Like,
after what y'all just got finished talking about, come on. Y'all just got finished saying,
what do you
come
mean?
on now.
Go outside.
The whole conversation we could do anytime, any place. Ready. Oh, you have to have a bunch of testosterone.
That's in this current state of monogamy we talking about. We've shifted the conversation to in the polygamous mind frame, and that's not a you heard what she said. If the society was like that, men wouldn't probably be able to cheat, because the women would be with the men they were going to be with, or be requiring the men to be with them. It's not going, like right now, the current setup right now is the easiest in history it's probably ever been for men to have sex with women, hold no responsibility to them, leave them with kids, and go about their life. It's the easiest. It's the easiest it's ever been to have just random sex. You can hop on the app and swipe until you find somebody that agrees. Go have sex with them in the bathroom or something, and then go about your day. There is no obligation to do right by women or community the way this thing is set up currently. If you like advocating for it to remain the same, knowing all of these issues is advocating for non-responsible polygamy, because people are still having multiple partners out here.
So I also wanted to say this. So yes, multiple wives is still multiple obligations, right? But there is a shared responsibility past just 2 people to alleviate all of the work that needs to be done, right? You have kids, you haven't had a date night in forever, one wife takes the kids on Friday, the other wife takes the kids on Saturday, everybody gets a date night over the weekend, right? you have work schedules, kind of balancing, after school activities when it comes to kids. There's always a rotation of 3 people to make sure that that child is cared for, right? Like there is the shared responsibility in those dynamics when it comes to people, depending on how you set it up, actually alleviates the level of stress and strain that's put on 2 people in a forced monogamous relationship, right? Not to say everybody has that setup, right? Because if you are wealthy and you can buy back some of your time by hiring people to get that stuff done, that's a very different situation, right? But most people are not in that situation. So most people who are in polygamous relationship have a divvied agreement of responsibilities that goes from half to 1/3, and it does make a difference on your day to day. Hey, you have 2 people to be like, listen, I need an hour to myself. Please make sure that happens, right? Instead of just one person who's already stressed out. So I think that in theory, right? Because again, it takes somebody who's able to make sure that that's a well-oiled machine to make that happen, and that's typically the man who's in charge of that. In theory, if you have somebody who has that skill set to make sure that that machine is running properly, and I think if more men did it, I think a lot of women would start to really rethink the whole thing. I think a lot of women would be like, okay, what kind of man do I need to be with in terms of like what I'm looking for that I can fit into not just a system between 2 people, but a system within a community, right? Because now you have 3 sets of in-laws to go handle that too, right? You have 3 sets of cousins, 3 sets of siblings, 3 sets of like your not necessarily nuclear family, but that extended family has now become a massive community by introducing just even at least one other person into the mix.
My point was that I think the polygamy would solve one issue of women getting married, but I don't think it'll solve the issue of cheating, even within that. That was all I was saying, because I think if you're gonna cheat, you're gonna cheat. It doesn't matter what situation you're in, whether it's a polygamous situation or not, because it's all about having a lot to do with being able to have self-control. It has nothing to necessarily do with I have, 2 wives, but they're still your wives. I think the polygamy solves one issue, but not necessarily the other. But
Yeah,
maybe if you're in a polygamous relationship, it doesn't matter if they step out. I
but
don't know.
mistaken, we also have to address. See, this has been really good, but I don't think we haven't gotten an opportunity to address the elephant in the room, and that is the cultural mindset of what we have today. The culture in this country of how we view sex and how we sell sex and how sex is implemented in different souls and fabrics within our society, from billboards to magazines to TV to commercials, very sensualized, it's very suggested. You know what I'm saying? Even to the point that now they're trying to like show a little bit more to younger children. There is no barrier, there is no threshold to protect the young people from adult like conversations or adult like conversation. That is not there. Like we have failed that. So why are we surprised where we hit young children with 1,500 images per day, every day, 365 days a year for 18 years and expect them to be saints? Society is poison.
Agreed.
We don't have anything set up in a way to mitigate that. You know what I'm saying? We over sexualize young boys, in particularly young black boys. We over sexualize them. Let's wake that up and be very honest, and then expect them. Okay, now I need you to sit here, sit still, be monogamous, and only to me. Like when we set the condition, it's in everything. It's in the music. It's in the fabric of how we express ourselves. It's in the entertainment. It's in every other aspect.
Well, that's what I was saying when I appreciated Nas being the only person that
I gotta go.
Uh huh.
Oh, it's time for you to fulfill your
Hold on. The Gender World General has arrived.
Oh, the Gender World General has arrived. Yeah.
So Shan, I think Shan be talking about me on the low with these topics. I feel like I thought this one was about me when I read the title a few moments ago. What say you, Shan?
The sweetheart, I will have you know, don't flatter yourself. I think not of you when I make topics, my dear.
Okay.
So you don't think of any of us when you make topics?
No, so I usually get topics whenever I see like I'm on Instagram and then there's a video like Mistaken may send me some stuff. I really do those bookmarks, but I'll click on it, and if I see something interesting, it's a running thing. I feel like that's what God wants me to talk about. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Okay. So let me ask you a question. Mistaken. Look in the camera. Don't blink. Is she telling the truth?
You're on mute, baby.
Yeah. God did.
No. My thing went out, so I just caught the tail end of what she said. I didn't hear your question.
She said that none of the topics are about anybody in the group at all.
How do I come up with the topics?
Okay. Yeah.
What am I doing? I'm just.
I trust you, but I had to verify. You know.
She just be sending various reels or something like that to me, or I'll send some to her or whatever, and then she'll just say, oh, we should do this. Mm-hmm.
And my point, and when I saw that Miss Pearly topic, and then they went into duty, I started thinking about duty and some of the things that we talk about duty, what is considered duty, and we're in a relationship, even duty to society. Because I think of taking care of your kids as duty to society. Raising your kids is a duty to society because you want them to be citizens, great citizens in the world. So it just got into my head, and I went from there. But go ahead. What you got to say, Mike, now that you know it ain't about you?
No, I don't believe you. But no, I'm saying this is a group chat conversation. When I say duty,
but I would like to hear your opinion, though. Go ahead.
So what is duty versus happiness? Is my opinion on that, or what's the question at hand at the moment?
Oh, they were talking about
we were talking about infidelity when it came to with that. But the original question, what in the? My son is home from college. The original question was people choosing duty. What's the difference between duty and happiness? Or people choosing happiness over duty? I think that was the original question.
Yeah. I think a lot of people that's a very modern concept. Like that's what people are doing. When we see the high the high divorce rates and low marriage rates, that's one of the largest reasons. People do not understand how to be married if they are marrying for happiness. I now get the shakes every time people use the word happiness to describe what they are looking for out of a man, what they're looking for out of a marriage. It is not anybody's job to make you happy. As I've repeatedly said on these platforms, every man that has ever tried to make his woman happy has failed. That is not where happiness comes from. I am 100%. When I knew that I was going to get married, I accepted the duty of marriage. One of the criticisms that I have for the men and women that get married today is that nobody wants to do anything they don't wholeheartedly agree with. That means they're not dutiful people. I don't have to agree to something wholeheartedly to know that it's my duty to do so, and I just got to do it. Women don't want to do things they don't wholeheartedly agree. Well, I don't agree, but it's your duty. You have to do it. That is what marriage is. It's more about fulfillment than it is happiness, right? I do certain duties because my children are at stake, because the construction and trust in my marriage is at stake. If I don't do this duty, it might require you waking up 3 hours before time. It may require you picking up the kids when that's not your normally scheduled program. You have to do things throughout your marriage that you do not agree with. That is what I define as duty. And the large majority of modern men and women don't want to do anything outside of what makes them happy, quote unquote.
I agree. I thought that was pretty nicely said. See, I
agree.
Everything that you
agree. No pushback.
I agree,
okay.
But I also think that we should talk more about what those are and how to overcome those and compromise with those than steady talking about if you don't agree to these outrageous situations, but more common situations and how to deal with those as a couple.
You know what? Maybe we should have a conversation, and it'll go into this because we're summing it up at this point. But maybe we should have a conversation and we look at the data on why people go into detail on what are the reasons people are divorced, not just because they're unhappy, but what does unhappy look like? What is the true what's going on to make a person feel unhappy in a relationship, and that can then go back to duty, like we were talking about, but would be more in detail of the actual situation.
Uncommunicated expectations.
You said what now?
Uncommunicated expectations.
Nice. All right, so let's break it down, ladies. I want y'all to come up with one for.
Okay, pause for the call. Let's just do the super chat real fast, and we're going to go to see your topic. Okay, can you hold it for me, Mike? Okay, so super chat.
That's what she said.
Enter Black Dragon, $5. I keep hearing duty in reference to men rather than women. We are expected to endlessly perform while women get to perform when she feels like it.
We talked about the duty of.
It's not just me. It's not just me coming at y'all, Nick. By the way,
man, that's one of your regulars. Stop it.
I was about to say that's my man EVD. Yeah.
Well, we know the duty. I think. Well, let's talk about the women, the duties of a woman. We can talk about that after this.
I'll go to the next one.
Okay, give me a second.
I got a different vibe on Sunday. Maybe we need to do the holy day more often because y'all be cutting up on Friday.
No, Will, $5. Marcus is right about the testosterone factor. A study was done where they raised the woman testosterone by 1%, and her sex drive went through the roof.
Do we really want to do that to women today?
Do they sell those pills at
Maybe
CVS?
that's my issue. I have more.
That's what y'all really want to do.
Where those pills at?
No, I'm just saying so you can have some more empathy and understand what we facing. I just need y'all to have empathy and understand what we're facing.
Seasoning the spaghetti with testosterone.
Exactly the same.
It's about
which is why I think y'all advocate for trans people in sports, because y'all just think everything the same. But if you really understood, you would not be advocating.
Who advocates for that? Most women I know don't advocate for it. It's the trans community that advocate for it, and the parents and family members of those trans,
Listen, I'm just saying, if God says it is, you're able to do it, and you believe in Him, who am I to say what God said? That's what God said. He said He believes you can do it. He has written multiple verses in the Bible.
Well, He talks about fighting against the flesh daily, and that's really what it is. You don't want to fight against. Nobody wants to stop doing what they enjoy doing. That's really what it boils down to. Because truth be told, y'all talked about the cheating, and women cheat, close to the equal amount that men cheat.
Same.
Right?
Can I ask y'all a question?
No, all I'm saying is it's about flesh. Like people, it's just a general human nature to want to have sex. Period. Right. It's just human nature across the board. It doesn't matter if you're male or female. The difference is that there are consequences for women. There's social consequences, those kind of things that keep that in check. Okay. Whereas men don't necessarily have that. So they're able to operate freely, more so freely than doing
that. They don't believe in the Bible.
So I got two questions for you, Shan. Yes,
sir.
One, why like when you preface it with God, it's specifically, I know you're specifically speaking about a Christian God, like other people don't have a form of a deity, right? So to mass apply that, I don't think it's fair. And
what do you mean? I'm sorry. Go back.
Like you said, there are multiple verses and chapters written on God saying that,
in the Bible.
Right. I think you should clarify that. And the second,
but also is it even when it comes to now, if it's looked down upon for you to cheat in,
anything.
Now they marry. So I think it's important that you understand that these men are marrying women. They don't just fornicate and just, it's all, there's something, even with that, is in a formal way. It's not like it's just out here, we doing what we want to do.
And didn't God say, or wasn't it in that same book where slaves should obey their earthly masters as they would God?
Yes, 100%.
Right. So what I'm saying to you is, if you don't believe in the Bible, if that's not your thing, then that's not your thing. If you're saying you obey the Quran, then that's fine. But then do that. The Quran doesn't speak that you should be doing infidelity either.
I never advocated for infidelity.
Okay.
Remember, I was very clear on that infidelity is wrong, lying to people is wrong.
I think all religions are pretty uniform when they say you shouldn't be out here just smashing. I don't know not one religion that says smashing.
If you consider like hedonism a religion, then yeah. But besides that point, my honest opinion is currently men are engaged in a contract where they're forced to lie to protect your feelings, and whether they're going to admit it or not, if they have the option to not be held to, like, if women actually want them, they're engaging in a lie, living a lie, or just lying directly to you to protect yourselves. And we see it time and time again with these men losing their families. Like, we see it time and time again. That's most of the space is about men losing their families or they women leaving them for whatever reason. And if you talk to the men, they'll tell you if it's about infidelity, they couldn't be honest and they got caught. If that is the reason she left, it's because once you start lying, you break trust, and once you break trust, who's to say what else you lying about? And it, like, I just seen I don't know if you watched the show Ready to Love with what's the Rashid and the other lady. The information that she had set for him, or that he allowed to be set for him, had that man $250K in debt, buying $200,000 cars and a $10,000 a month home, and she left him. You know what she said she left him for? I just heard this word: financial infidelity. I'm like, what is that?
Oh, because he was spending on somebody else?
No, he was spending more money than he had, and they had a game plan on how he was going to save money, and he went around that to continue to stunt. But she also had an expectation for him. So it was like he either lie about having the money and spend credit that he didn't have because she created an expectation for him, or he tells her and she leave him because he don't got the money according to how he was viewing it. It's a bad social construct. Like, it's a flaw in the system right now where men are agreeing. Like, I had only that.
Let me just say this real fast, because I know I look at it this way: things that are not good for you are gonna come with a consequence. When I think of too much smashing, the consequence may be STDs. Okay.
Too much water is drowning.
What the heck? Get together. Too much eating, you're overweight. Now you're obese, which leads to health issues. Too much smoking, lung cancer. Too much of anything that is not good for you. More than it comes with a consequence. Okay.
Yeah. Too much water, drowning. Too much love, polygamy. All right, keep going.
No. You can be polygamous, but you have to do it the right way. I'm not saying I disagree with the way they do things because that works for them, but you have to do it the right way. Even they have a uniform way that they do it. It's not just out here being that just out here 303 having a ball with 304s. Like, come on.
Whose echo was that?
I don't know. And I'm too tired to figure it out.
Well, look, man. If you giving up them cheeks at 2:30 in the morning like you're supposed to be doing, a man ain't gonna go out and cheat. You're not gonna go out and cheat. You giving up that tail. But no, you being stingy. You being stingy. You ain't giving that ass up. So a man got to go get it some goddamn word.
Tank, you know what? If I had $1 for every cuss word you have thrown out today.
So are we saying if we agree with polygamy, are we under the understanding that polygamy is just the fact that one person is married to, two other people? So that means if we're saying that we agree with polygamy, then that means women also have that option to marry two husbands.
No.
So well, y'all just said we agree with polygamy. So that's what polygamy is. One person married.
What the hell did I just hear?
Wait, so let me clarify.
I'm just saying, I recently saw something about that of a woman who had to.
That's crazy.
So,
I'm just saying.
Let me clarify, right, so that we can get on the same page about this conversation, because I hear it all the time. And so polygamy is an umbrella term,
right?
Polygamy covers all sorts of like multiple person
relationships.
I think most people, when they're talking about polygamy, are talking about polygyny, which means one man, multiple women.
Right.
Polyandry is one woman, multiple men, which most people don't agree with. And then there's polyamory, which means the man and woman can
You're a
have
hoe.
multiple
Yeah, that's
partners.
what that means. Yeah.
That means both of them are hoes. So, and I think a lot of people attribute polygamy to polygyny because that is the most practiced across human history.
All right. So this is the thing about. Did you
So
ask?
polyandry was
Because
also
I
practiced
had to
as
just
well.
stop
Not
putting
as
clothes
much.
on my son because I heard you say what you said, and I had to rush back in here real quick. So
I know.
you said, should a woman be able to have two husbands? Where I think we're creating the wrong narrative there, because when we say this is not the same, it's not the same.
No.
Will a woman
No, sorry.
respect a man or men that want to submit to her and be in that type of relationship with other men? With the one that we see on TLC, I'm sorry, take a straw poll of how the men think. Those men are definitely rainbow and they get down with each other. So there's something other than normal hetero behavior going on in those type of relationships more often than not. So would you be
I
down?
beg to differ. Just look it up, because I just when we had started talking about this before, I just educated myself on different cultures who actually practiced polyandry. It is not just like what you're saying.
Yeah.
So
If we're talking about culturally, though, polyandry from a cultural perspective of like Tibetan, or there's a few people that still practice it, but the men are also absent, meaning that it's a matrilineal society. The men birthed in there go under the woman's name, so it's been practiced under hundreds of years. So the boys are indoctrinated to thinking they're supposed to be under a woman's leadership. I'm talking about more
just
of the
speaking
Western.
from a Western mindset as well, is what I'm saying. Just like what we were talking about before. Now, I'm not sitting here saying like, what I'm saying is, it sounds like we want necessarily, if we're talking about people having sex drives and can't control themselves and step outside of their marriages and responsibility, I ain't gonna say responsibility, but step outside of their agreement with their partner or their husband or their wives. My thing is, if we're saying that polygamy is the answer to that, since both men and women are cheating almost at the same rate, then why not just open that door? Because we're all the way that
So I would say we're talking more about, I think we need to split the realms a bit, because polygamy itself is not about sex. So if we're talking about open relationships or whatever, that's the new age stuff. But I think we should leave the traditional definition of polygamy out of it, because on the men's side, the men having multiple wives, it's literally more about community. In Africa, where my people are from, I think one of my great grandfathers had multiple wives, and it was not even romantic relationships. It was women who lost their husband, who knew him from school, who did not want their sons to go without a father, and literally came to him with everything they had and said, "My house is now yours. My sons are now yours. Please take us in so my sons may have a father." It's usually more traditionally about that, right? It wasn't about
it. In terms of a woman, what would benefit a woman in regards to having two husbands? So if we're talking about a husband's responsibility is to provide and protect, right? Yeah. So looking at it from that angle, she's definitely going to be benefiting from the provision of having two working husbands. She's definitely going to be benefit from having protection from two husbands. So what I'm saying is,
Nick, it's your turn.
Look, all I'm saying is that the benefits will go both ways. So
who's in charge? So who's the
that's
leader?
all I was saying.
Mistaken. Who's in charge of this relationship?
Yes, exactly.
Who's the leader of this relationship?
Well, I guess that will be in any situation in terms of who's an alpha male. Y'all deal with alpha men all the time.
So this is a great. You shouldn't have used that term alpha, because alpha ain't accepting no multiple husband situation. This is not even beta. This is like gamma male behavior. What you talking about?
I'm just saying.
It's real consistent. Anytime I talk to people who relationships break up and have issues within a relationship, it's usually a power dynamic where he wants to go right, she wants to go left. They can't agree and they reach a fork in the road and separate. When a woman is going right with the man, they together. When a woman is going left with the man, they together. If you're saying the woman is in charge of both of these men and they following her, I don't think.
Why are y'all saying that she's the one that's following? She doesn't necessarily have to be the one that is dictating the terms of how the marriage is. From the way that y'all talk, men are typically on the same page. So why would there be a power dynamic struggle if y'all are deciding that this is the way that more than likely y'all would be on the same page in terms of how the finances are going to be ran as men?
What?
You don't think
is your husband watching?
Y'all know each other's so well.
Men are on the same page about how their own house should be run.
Sickness. It's a sickness.
I agree. I agree on both ends. That's my point. To me, the way that y'all are talking, it sounds the same, just as ridiculous as it sounds to me. It's just been accepted because other cultures have done it on both ends. But the way that y'all are talking about polygamy and in terms of men having multiple wives, I know we've normalized that because in different cultures it has happened. It currently happens, even though you don't necessarily agree to it. What I'm saying is, on the flip side, that happens too on both ways.
Yeah, we're talking about a 99.9% to 0.001% comparison. It almost like the amount of polygynous relationships versus polyandrous relationships. It's not even comparable.
But having multiple partners in a relationship is very common. We're just
sure.
And that's my point. That's all I'm trying to say is just, if polygamy is going to be the answer, then be open, like Marcus was saying, be open and honest about that. And if you decide to marry, if a woman want to have more than one husband, allow that. If a man wants to have more than one wife, allow that. Both people are going in with the understanding of what that is, as opposed to everybody going behind each other's back doing that anyway.
I ain't going second. You're barely getting the first husband. How they expect you to get second?
Go ahead.
So
I don't understand that. Y'all barely getting one, but y'all think y'all gonna be able to manage two? And y'all already said.
I've seen it. Believe it or not, I've seen it.
So what the hell are you gonna do?
It doesn't happen
so often. I'm not allowed to cuss because.
I mean, in mistaken
marriages, but I've definitely seen women.
What is a man gonna do?
I'm telling you, I've seen it where a woman is open and honest that she's dealing with multiple men with the men that she's dealing with.
And I guess what? I bet you them dudes are homosexuals.
So
I do believe. I mean, that would make sense with the men that you guys claim are virgins and can't get anybody.
No.
But let me. Real fast. I'm sorry. I must say, I'm sorry, mistaken. I cannot.
I don't care. It's not about agreeing with me. What I'm saying is what's going on now anyway. So if y'all are talking about legitimizing it on one aspect, then legitimize it on the other aspect, because everybody's doing it anyway. That's all.
Yeah, but that's not on a math scale. That's
ain't everybody.
It is.
But
Louise, we just talked about the stats about how often women cheat and how often men cheat. They're almost 50-50. So it is happening.
Yeah, but the women are cheating because they can't get the man that they want. That's why. She's cheating with the dude that she actually wants, but doesn't want her.
I don't know if I actually agree with that, but okay.
I kind of agree with him.
You honestly so what you're trying to sell to me is that women who are in committed relationship or therefore marriages married the guy who they wanted, but are yet cheating at a 50% rate. Is that what you're selling me?
Inaj just got finished talking about the various reasons that women cheat, right? various reasons she pointed out. So it doesn't, just because you married, I guess in those situations, just because a woman married the man that she wanted does not necessarily mean that he's meeting all of her needs in that marriage. So that could be a reason that she steps out.
But let me just piggyback on what Louis just said. I kind of agree with him, because I think that when you're talking about what you're talking about marriage. And if we're already having issues with men marrying, what makes you think that he's going to want to marry a woman who already has a man? It seems like you're more thinking about sleeping with a woman. So yeah, he's open to sleeping with a woman, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's open to marrying this woman. Better yet, if she already has a husband, he'll sleep with her for sure, but he's not going to marry her. And I think that that's the issue.
I think that's part of it, but I think so, Louise. Unfortunately, some men have been like programmed to look at women a very specific way. And I think the same way that men have become increasingly frustrated that women no longer understand their nature, I think the same is true when it comes to women. I think there's a lot of fallacies that have been taught to men that like men no longer understand a woman's true nature, because the man a woman wants and the man a woman needs are not always the same thing, right? Women will opt to marry the man that they need, knowing that the man that they want isn't good for them. That being said, they're regularly sleeping with the man that they want. They're trying to attain marriage from the man that they need. But somehow, because of the attempt to preserve a woman's virtue, because like we want to hold women to the standard that they don't live in anymore, we assume that the man that she wants is the man that she needs, and we reverse it. Women are sleeping with men who are physically attractive. Women are sleeping with men who pay them a little bit of attention or fill a void, or women are literally sleeping with men for any reason at this point. If we're honest, it can be as simple as she's just bored, right? Like that is the point, that like women have reached a level of sexual liberation where, whether it's shamed or not, they're still engaging in sexual behavior with pretty much anybody at this point. But they're not marrying because they don't want to marry anybody other than the man that they need, the man that's going to give them social status, that's going to give them financial stability, that's going to give them emotional intelligence, that's going to be a good father, he's going to be attractive, like, you know what I mean? So like women, if we're honest, women are just running amok right now, and I understand men's hesitation in terms of marrying women, because you can't really tell the good women from the wild women at this point, right? But if we're honest, this is really women's nature, like unabashed, to be just reckless like this. I think in the past, society has functioned in a way to keep women in line that just isn't happening anymore.
But they'll try to sell you this idea that no, this is not happening and stuff like that, trying to pull the wool over your eye.
So I just want to get on record, Enos. You're saying on June 25th, 2023, women are out of order. I just want to get that on record.
I've been saying that for months. I don't understand why this
Okay,
is
I just wanted those words. I'm just marking it down. Okay, cool. I'm working on you next, Miss Taken. I'm just listening today.
No, I just think everybody's out of order. I don't think it's just
No, I need to nail it down to women specifically. I'll get you there. We'll get you there.
Yeah, women are and men are. That's why you see the results that we have right now. Because if at least one group was in order, we wouldn't have this situation. So it specifically, both men and women are out of order. If women were in order, you wouldn't have out of wedlock kids and all of that kind of stuff that comes along with that. If men were in order, you wouldn't have out of wedlock kids and everything that come along with that as well. So men and women both are out of order.
So I this is where I completely agree. This is probably the only point where I completely agree with the manosphere. Women control access to sex. So until they get in order, we will continue to see what we see today. Period.
AP,
Because men are gonna men are gonna smash. Like there's no
But
way
women are
around
gonna
it. There's
let
no
them. That's
like
my point.
that's
Everybody's
what I'm saying.
operating
The
on their
women
lower selves. Period. Women are operating on their lower selves. Men are operating on their lower selves. If
we're
everybody's
operating
operating
normally.
on their higher self, which is self-control,
That's
if they were operating under a level of self-control, this would not be happening. Everybody's operating on the feel good, the I want access. I'm gonna do it because I want to. I want to be like everybody's operating from that level. But when you begin to raise the expectations for yourself, when you begin to raise or begin to gain a level of self-control over your flesh, then all of this would not be happening. So even if you put it on women and say, oh, women give access to sex, but men have just as much say so as to whether or not they would engage in that. Don't put it on your biology.
what you're missing is
What you're say no.
What you're missing is we will we will operate like that, period. Like is if you guys don't, like, if the women don't control their reproductive organs, we're going to just keep behaving like men behave. It is up, like it's literally up to you guys. Like that's where the control came from. That was the check and the balance. Y'all wouldn't just give it to anybody. Now that you just give it to anybody, shit, we take it. Now my thought is that men need to protect their seed, which is why I always have preached safe sexual contact. Outside of that, I can't, like, Trigger Mike had sold me on the idea. I'm going to give Trigger Mike credit for this. That men, this is the way we operate. It is our nature. Period. We're just going to go hit anything for the most part. I mean, for the most part. But they're like, you guys are the checks. You saying no, I require marriage. No, I'm not going to open my legs until you give, like, until these things are met. Then men will meet those things. But until that, unless you require it, we don't give a damn.
I got a question.
That's our normal mode of operation.
I got a question. So do you think, and please do not take offense to this,
I won't.
Why is it that, do you think that other races of men have more discipline than we do?
Nope.
So why don't they have the same mistakes? Why are their kids not born out of wedlock?
That is an excellent question.
Go ahead, Trigger Mike. The floor is yours, sir. I
Yeah.
yield my time for you.
So, so the other men do not have discipline or more discipline. When you look at what really keeps men in check, it's culture and religion. I really don't know how to separate the two. It's one or the other. In every culture around the world, there is shame. There is shame for misbehavior, which keeps people in check. And it all really revolves around. That's why I said there is absolutely no way to check this birthing problem we have without checking the women. This is why whenever we get into a hedonistic culture of some sort, the way you have to put the father back at the head of the family and you have to put a chastity belt on your daughters. That is how you get society to run the right way. Men will never in life ever stop trying to hit the skins. You'll never stop it. So you put a father in the way, you put protection around the girl, and you show the girl her worth. If you want to put a title on the problem that we have as a society with the women, we have a self-worth problem. Women do not think they are worth. A woman that is giving up sex too easily has a self-worth problem. So you teach girls their worth. You know what they ultimately want. You know what's better for them, meaning they get a man, they get protection. They get someone in the home giving them all of their provision that's dedicated to them and the children they have. So you say, how does a girl get this? Keep her legs closed and deny the men who are trying to sleep with you, and you become the most valuable woman in the room every time.
So I have another question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So my backup question would be: so are you saying in your statement that most women of other races are virgins when they marry their husbands and they're not having unprotected sex?
You know what I will say? I don't know. There's no way to quantify that, right? What I will say is I believe white women are far more promiscuous than black women in this country, if you ever been around white girls. But
I agree.
Every dude here will tell you they're not promiscuous with their vagina.
And I just wanted to add this to your previous point.
Because they don't want to be seen as somebody with a birthing problem. You know what I mean? So
Shan,
I'm sorry, let him finish. I was confused. Wait, y'all give him a second. Give him a second. Run that by me again, because something just come from.
I was confused.
So if you ever been to a white school, white high school, and you push up on a white girl, there's a lot of things she will do, but you just can't have full-on intercourse with her. So if you look at it, black girls lead underage out of wedlock birth, right? Like before the age of 22. That's because, and as promiscuous as white girls are, every man can tell you they're far more promiscuous. They are down to get down way earlier, but not always with sexual intercourse. They will do a lot of different things, but they understand that their value goes down significantly if they birth a child before they're married.
Well, they just get abortions.
Sure. Whatever we want to call it. I can't quantify all that. But what I'm saying is that we need to understand as a culture that the value is in chastity for women, or at least the appearance of chastity, if I'm making sense.
Yeah, because there's mad white girls that's always giving it up. But I agree with you.
That's a fact.
They do not allow them to have as many kids.
I agree.
Yep. They will most certainly protect the image, like you said, because women know that their image is everything. So if you got a kid by this dude, your value as far as the guy that you're trying to, marry, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're not going to have the same value. But when we have it on the flip side, we do have a lot of black women and other women of other races. Like, we do have a lot of kids by a lot of different guys, and like the results speak for themselves.
Do you not think that that's directly related to marriage rates?
Well, I think it's directly related to culture as well, because not to say that black women or black people don't believe, don't have abortions, but I think culturally you're not supposed to get one. So if you end up pregnant, it's your responsibility, and you take care of the child, especially when we're looking at it from a religious, standpoint in this, in America, especially in a black community, everybody is, Christian. And so you don't fix one mistake by making another. So you end up pregnant. You
minority women do lead in.
You don't necessarily.
Minority women do lead in baby deletions, though.
Huh?
Minority women lead in deletions.
When you say minority, are you speaking of a specific?
Black women lead all women, and then it's Hispanic women, then it's white women.
For real?
Yes.
I didn't look that up.
And every other is only like 8%. So right now, as I'm looking at it, from the Guthmaster Institute, most abortions in the United States are obtained by minority women, 37% black, 34% Hispanic, 22% white. All other people lumped together, 8%.
Well, I would agree with that. Let me
go under that
real
too.
Fast.
Access to birth control, the way things are.
No, I don't think.
No, it does. Hold on. Healthcare, all of those things fall under that. Even education around sex, all of those things play a part. I had to do this in a class when I took.
What about Medicaid?
Absolutely. I'm just.
I think of this. Look at this right here. This is what I think the issue is. Everybody else prioritizes family except for us.
Thank you, Chan.
So
I agree.
White people get married at early ages. They don't have time to be baby mamas because they got a husband. You know what I'm saying? They're not waiting to 35 to get married. They getting married in their 20s. Who has time to have a baby mama, baby daddy? Because you're getting married. But when you're waiting until your 30s, 35, 40, that's more time to mess this thing up.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
If you're not getting married, you're having sex, the chance of you having a kid out of wedlock is super great. It just is what it is. So if you go back to the original rule, if you want to have sex, you can't refrain from sex, get married. What is the freaking the problem? Everybody wants to have fun without the responsibility. And then
I
we
love
get
you, Shan.
surprised when we have these oopsies, and in our community is
Let's
all
throw a
these
party. Shan took the red pill. Oh my God. Oh, let's have a party. Hold on, I'll be right back.
whatever. You have this party of all these kids, but what did you think was gonna happen? You know?
So Shan,
It is what it is.
I hear
Shan
what
took
you're
the red
saying in
pill.
terms of like family being prioritized in terms of like those communities, but if we're honest, the statistics don't actually support that, right? If we're talking about the average woman in the US getting married around the age of like 29 to what is it, 29 or 30, and then black
Average
women
of 29.7 or something like that.
okay, perfect. So they're not really getting married that much younger than black women in terms of like statistics, right?
Well, 52% of black women have, when you're looking at the stats of how many black women get married, that makes a difference.
But
if you're looking at age, but it's just taking into consideration the people who've gotten married. But if you look at the number of people who are actually getting married, that makes a difference.
So I hear what you're saying, right? But I do agree with Mistaken about like the education around birth control, the accessibility of birth control. But then here's the other part of it, right? Like the scientific part of it is that the testing in terms of the efficiency and effectiveness with these contraceptives is typically done on people that don't necessarily look like us. And because scientifically our genetics are not exactly the same, like there are so many factors outside of just marriage in terms of why people, because here's the other thing, right? If we're going par for socioeconomic status, poor white women are having babies at the same rate as poor black women.
Yeah.
The thing that differentiates it, right, if we're honest, is the fact that the majority of people who do not look like us are socioeconomically ahead of the curve than we are, right? But if you're going par for par, pound for pound, and making a comparison that's apples to apples and not apples to oranges, it's the same situation. It really is.
It is a poverty thing. Yep. It's a
Right.
poverty thing.
And so when you have the majority of people of color who are living below the poverty line, it's a totally different conversation, right? It really is. And I think that needs to be factored in order to have like an honest conversation about why people aren't getting married and why people are having children.
Though, Inaz, one of the issues that I have in particular, and one I try to speak about a lot in this space, because I understand that too, that it is an apples to oranges comparison, because it is poverty that really creates this atmosphere where people don't take marriage seriously. Men trivialize sex and women trivialize childbirth. In the poverty space, that happens far too often. But what I don't like is that far too many of our women, meaning black women, carry the poverty mindset into better circumstances. Right? So you will see in upper class levels that women want to birth a child alone and be a single mom in our ranks. That is the issue that I have, because everybody else knows, like we've talked about, image, perception is everything. When I wanted to put my life together in a certain way, even though I was pretty happy, being who I was, I said, damn, if I want a legacy, if I want children, I have to choose an appropriate mother. She has to have an appropriate demeanor. I have to want my daughter to be like her. So you got to slow things down and do it that way. But the modern people, this is what I'm not like a staunch traditionalist because I'm some kind of traditionalist, but nothing else works. But they are trying to convince the world and do things in a certain way that has never been proven to be feasible for either them or the children that they will have as single mothers, and that's a problem for me.
So I'm gonna. That's still serious pushback on that, right? Because here's the thing: the same way that women of color inherited feminism from women who lack color, this idea of creating a child out of wedlock, even into middle to upper class, does not originate from us. And I don't think it's necessarily a poverty mindset. I think it is this learned behavior of perceived behavior for that socioeconomic. And here's the other thing to further emphasize that typically only happens with people who are first generation wealth or richness. That doesn't happen to people who are multi-generational, regardless of color. Because if you look at those numbers, they're still par for par. First generation women who aren't able to find a husband, who attain a decent amount of wealth, who decide to have a child out of wedlock, they're still pound for pound, right? I think it's a behavior that's learned from one demographic because it gives the illusion that it's acceptable in that socioeconomic tax bracket.
I'm not sure. I'm processing. I'm downloading.
I got muted a lot, so I ain't got nothing to say.
Who muted you? Nobody. Who? Louis muted you? Inaz? Oh, she just hushed you up.
Yeah, your directional symbols are wrong. I don't know.
It's grown folks' album.
Yep. More marriage. That's all. I'm here for that. People say it's dead though. I don't see how. I don't see how it could ever be dead. The interesting thing to me is that
those who value it will do it. Those who see the benefit in it will do it. Those who don't won't.
Well, here's the thing. And it pains me to say it. I honestly think it's going to be forced because I do believe women have the power, right, of persuasion on their side. So there's a lot of, I don't even want to call them simps. I'll say there's a lot of men that are undesirable to women now that they don't necessarily respect, that women are going to turn around and double back when they realize how dire the circumstances are about to get, right? We have 2 failed banks whose net worth or the worth of these banks have already surpassed the 2008 crisis by 200-something million. So we're about to go into a recession period like we've never seen before. People are going to lose their jobs. You already see it happening now. Layoff after layoff. They're going from Amazon, and everybody that contracts with them is just going to trickle on down. These admin jobs that unfortunately are held by mostly women, people are going to start getting laid off, and it's going to be like, hey, big head. And then we're going to see marriages fail even more because they were never based off substantive love or admiration for anyone. So and like I was saying, it pains me to say this, but I don't think these men should marry those women because I honestly think the type of modern woman we have now does not respect men, and men should not dedicate themselves to women who do not respect them. If they are marrying you simply because they need a lifeline, then unfortunately they're going to have to suffer alone. Like I'm not saying that to be an agent of chaos, but you did not respect me or think enough of me to want to work things out, to want to get to know me when you were on top, right? Don't double back and try to do it now.
Don't double back.
Are we saying majority? Like I don't know if I have an issue with the term okay, well, what does modern woman mean? Because I've heard somebody say it's a mindset. I heard somebody else say depending on what age range you were born in. And the reason I say that is because some of what you were saying, I think I would consider myself modern. I don't know, maybe not. But I respect my husband. I value marriage. You know what I'm saying? There are a lot of things that I value. Even though I am modern, my marriage may not look like somebody else's who would say, oh, it's a traditional. Like I remember we had the conversation before about submission, and I was saying my husband don't want submission, he want cooperation. Yeah. And you were saying, well, it's kind of this, the same thing. So my question, I guess my question is, what is considered a modern woman? Is it a specific definition?
You're just like my wife who keeps trying to straddle the fence between traditional and modern woman. You're not a modern woman. You're modern adjacent. Maybe you might have a flair, a few things here but okay. Here's the issue that we have in society is where everybody's still trying to be cool with the gang, even though they're ideologically separate from them. All right.
Well, I don't know, because a lot of stuff that you say that you're traditional, I don't necessarily
when
agree
I say
with
traditional,
happen in my marriage.
You understand the value of marriage. You have spoken very eloquently and very passionately about your growth in marriage.
Mhm.
Not only that, you want to be married, you see the value in it, you understand your role and have accepted your role in it. It was like you've literally talked about all of that growth.
Mhm.
The modern woman sees marriage as something she can do with or without. I don't need it. Men are just convenience. If I wouldn't have, they literally they are habitually speaking outside of their nature. That's what the modern woman does. If men are not, remember, I said the need for a man is not erased, it's just delayed, it's pushed back. Women are taking longer to realize they have a need for a man, and the reason is because they make their own money. Great, you make money financially, so temporarily you don't have financial need for a man. You don't need a man to house you because maybe the government's doing it, so that need is delayed. But what women are smacking when they hit the wall, pun intended, when they hit the wall, they realize they have an emotional need for a man. And that is what is crushing most women today. So when they hit the wall and realize, like, oh man, I didn't need him for this, and that, but I'm not gonna air anybody out. But literally just got through talking to somebody for 2 hours, trying to get me to explain to her why she's so depressed. She was just so happy. She's doing so well at work. And it's because the modern woman tries to equate accomplishment with happiness. They aren't the same thing. There's no amount of degrees you can get that'll replace a man. And that's what they like more often than not, that's what they try to do.
Super chats.
Dang, he got quiet.
Yeah, I don't fully agree.
Okay. The real Pukisha 199. Monogamy was created by men. Enter Black Dragon. Monogamy is not found in a man's biology, and it never was. Monogamy is an attempt for a man to control his biological instincts to appease one woman's ego. Would you like to respond, Inaz?
Only because that was like back-to-back comments, right?
Mm-hmm.
The men who impose that on other men are men who have the luxury of practicing it regardless. And so I think that's really important to factor in when making these statements.
Okay.
That's wild.
What you just say, Inaz? It went over my head.
The men who impose monogamy are the upper like highest most upper echelon of men, onto all of the men that fall below them on the hierarchy, right? Mm-hmm. They still have the luxury of practicing monogamy while looking down on others and shaming them for practicing monogamy, right?
Practicing polygamy
polygamy. That
Sorry, yes, you're right. It's a form of like
control,
social control, really, to create a certain amount of chaos, because it kind of goes to like the baby deletion kind of aspect, where the people who are making these decisions for people who aren't able to make their own decisions are people who will always have access to it. There's a certain level that you can reach in society where the rules don't necessarily apply to you. And so when we're making these statements, I think that's really important to factor in, right? That regardless of who's setting these standards for greater society, that those people don't follow the rules themselves.
And proof of which is, like, if you look at like Epstein Island or some crazy like that, they out here existing, doing the most perverted things possible, and then telling us that the only thing you can do is monogamy, right? Well, you're going to jail for committing that crime. Or Bill Clinton getting domed up in his office, or Jeff Bezos having his side chick working with him, or you know what I'm saying? Like, the rules don't apply to everybody equally. So,
well, it's really corporations who prefer people to be single as opposed to being in marriage. You know what I'm saying? Because they have a lot more to gain. Because when you can control the money that comes into your house and what is spent and what is allocated, you know what I'm saying? Corporations don't like that. And sort of one of the things that I would look at is Notice how Morgan Stanley did a report, and they figured out how many women are going to be single by like 2030 or something, and what percentage of them are going to be
Fix
single.
their investment portfolio.
They already have figured out what to market to you. What are you going to need? What are you going to buy? And what are women more opted to, engaging, right? So
Cat food.
you're a cash cow. Let's just keep it a buck. You are a cash cow. Out here by yourself, you're a cash cow. Thinking that these corporates care about you, they care about their bottom line.
I agree that they use singleness for a lot of people to make money, but like corporately speaking, like a lot of times they value marriage as far, especially when you get further up, because you're more likely to work for this person when you have something to lose or something to take care of. So I think that in one aspect, as far as making a profit, they will definitely want you to be single. But as far as allowing their company to be more efficient and actually have decent workers that'll last long term, I think they would prioritize people being married.
They prioritize people within their own ranks that they would hire being married.
Exactly.
But the consumer, I don't know, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. That's exactly what I was saying. I said I agree as far as selling to you. They'll take you single all day because you could sell the same thing to multiple people versus if you got a marriage, you're only selling it to one household. But as far as, the
women
benefit
buy
of the
far
company,
more,
women.
far more single.
All right, go to the next super chat. Chad Poole 199. Monogamy was created by man, not God. Stop.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on who's your God. Like,
Well, do y'all also know, like in Christianity, it's debatable as if adultery even applies to men? I'm not joking.
I don't see how
It's debatable. It does not mention. Adultery is basically sleeping with a married woman. That's really, I think, what it means.
No.
No, I said debatable, but read your scripture.
It's debatable,
Okay, so I have some
scripture
scripture.
would
Would you like to read it?
Well, let's get through the super chats first. Go ahead. Go to the next one.
Speaking of scripture, I thought today was
JJ
Sunday.
Carver, 500. What type of currency is that? Is that a yen? What is it? I don't know. I just never saw that symbol before. Having multiple Western wives is a whole lot different than having multiple Eastern ones. Keep that in mind. Okay.
We did make mention to that, didn't we?
Oh, what? JT threw her phone at Lil Uzi. What?
Okay. Marcus Evan, $5. Hello, everyone. Lewis is right and mistaken is wrong, sadly.
I don't know what part you're talking about.
I don't know what part.
The whole night.
Maybe we're going to clarify right here. Let's see.
I don't care. Marcus Evans, $5. So, fellas, mistaken is saying that women don't have control or the gatekeepers of sex now. Another way to avoid accountability.
No, they do though.
I think he's referring to the fact that I said that women want to have sex just as much as men. Maybe. I don't know.
And is that with multiple men or just one partner?
Depends on the woman.
One partner.
No, I'm just saying it depends on the woman.
Stop capping now.
I'm really not. I just got finished talking about modern women.
I just think that's nasty.
Modern women are having sex with multiple partners. We just got finished talking about how much.
Oh, no. Yeah. You're right. What I mean is, those type of women usually come back and try to claim their virtue later once they realize it was the most valuable card they had to play. So it's really, at the end of the day, beneficial for those women to do that with crave sex from one man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that they don't benefit from sex with multiple men. They never do.
Never.
Yeah, if it's what they want to do, please, by all means, feel free. They don't benefit, though.
Go ahead, Inaz. Her face kills me when you can see she's thinking something ready to be like,
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm gonna pass on this one.
Okay. AI Jack 2 recharge to knock it off, $10. I don't care what y'all talking about. I just came to say, Inaz, will you marry me? Oh, will you marry my homeboy? My man. You are super beautiful, and I'm not just saying that because Coach K is married and absent. Shout out to panel.
Can I prove my point real quick, mistaken? Can I prove my point real quick, mistaken?
About what? I don't know which point you're
So
proving.
before you got married, what was your body count?
I would never discuss that with you. I would only discuss that with my husband.
Point proven. See?
What?
No girl is ever gonna if sexual liberation was supposed to make women more valuable, you'd be like 68. Like you said, not you, but you see what I'm saying? Like, yeah, nigga, 68. I'll be out here in these streets.
Liberated with my husband. Like that's my thing. My thing
I'm just
is
saying
not
the
all
average
things.
woman is not just gonna be out here putting on for the team. Like, yeah, I banged 98 niggas in 1 year. What? No, they're not about to do that. No.
So
we out here doing it.
Kobe Bryant numbers.
to be fair, the younger generation is really out here like that. If we're honest,
They are.
But remember, when I said when people say you can't spot a hoe, I say I disagree. Those type of women are sexually arrogant. I can spot them from a mile away.
Marcus Evan, $5. Nah, bro, keep saying the raw truth, Trigger Mike. Nothing was the same since our women joined feminism and everything went downhill.
Judge.
Advanced Perception, $2. Trigger Mike spitting that fire. Enter Black Dragon, $2. Inaj, you want to try addressing the words of my super chat?
Yeah, I'll do it. So I heard what he said, right? And I understood what he was saying about appeasing one woman's ego, right? But if we're really honest, the men really are the leaders of society. You get to control how big or out of hand a woman's ego is in the earlier stages, right? You don't have to settle for appeasing one woman's ego. I think really what's happened in terms of like this hierarchy of the men on the top of the totem pole dictating how to maneuver or what defines manhood on the lower spectrums of the totem pole, you've allowed somebody else to define you and how you move, right? That the moment we step out of that and start to operate in a more authentic way in our own particular value systems, that no longer really applies to you because men who are not at the top of that totem pole are still operating from a standpoint of not having to appease not just one woman's ego, but any woman's ego, right? For better or worse. Sure, some women call that man a narcissist. Sometimes he's emotionally available, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, there are men out there who don't sit at the top, who do decide for themselves the way that they want to live. So it really is a personal decision. And when you have multiple people making the same personal decision, you now build a community that's able to build together based off of shared values instead of dictated values.
She said what she said.
Okay, let's go to the rest of
the soundboard right now would have been Kim and handy.
Shan would have muted it.
AI Jack 2 recharge to knock it off. $10. Women don't.
How about we just call him Jack? How about we just say Jack?
Okay. Women don't know what monogamy is. Women think that true monogamy is having relationship with multiple men and then settling with one. The actual definition of monogamy is one intimate partner, period.
Marky Mark, what do you mean about me muting? I've never muted you once tonight.
You told police me though.
You muted yourself. You're muting
You're
yourself.
on mute.
All right. Marcus Evans, $2. Inaz is the only one that gets it.
I don't know. Shan been on it tonight.
Thank you.
Shan, you told police me though.
When did
Come
I
on
do
over to the
that?
dark
Well,
side.
well, Hank, let me just tell you about that fabulously manly alpha voice that you have there. You know, it's so strong. I was just trying to get a word in, but that masculine, just that powerhouse of yours, you know, I just had to get in there, just like, hey, can I just get up, you know, something in there? You're so manly.
I understand. I agree with you.
Boy, I hope your girl not watching it.
My lady knows what she got.
Yes, honey.
She's gonna be wondering if somebody else got you though. She's like,
Ah!
who is that? Who is
So,
that?
Marcus, I never once put you on mute.
Who doing it then? Trigger Mike, that's you?
Nah, I didn't.
JR is not up here, but he is
Man,
down
if
there.
you don't stop blaming your computer issues on us,
JR, that's you. Somebody doing it. Damn it. I know it's
JR
happening.
is in the house. He's just in the ether.
JR, stop muting me then. Whoever doing it, stop.
yeah, that's messed up. You blame JR. He probably somewhere sitting down.
He's like, shut up, nigga.
Hey, JR's over sitting on there just for reserve, man.
I swear, it was this Sunday. I was not me. I have not muted anybody besides asking them, you know, verbally. I have not muted anybody tonight.
Did you see something that said host muted your mic at the top?
Yeah, it said
that was JR.
Oh, damn. No, it was me mistaking a Shan. But
it wasn't
me.
No.
My bet is on
I know mistaken doesn't know how to do
He
it.
was
mistaken ain't said nothing the whole time. It was mistaken.
Nah, it wasn't mistaken.
Let me just tell you this, Marcus. One thing about me is I fear God. If I tell you, I swear.
All right, I get to you.
It was not me.
All right, I get to you.
But again, JR is always floating.
So he about to pop up like, what? I was sitting here.
Her finger slipped on the mute button.
You know how
women always blame it on men. God.
At this
always
moment.
a man's fault.
Well, you guys,
I'm still trying to figure out how my garbage is gonna get to the front, please. Because now it's dark.
Your hands.
You got a flashlight, don't you?
No.
Where's your husband?
You not back yet? You not back yet?
He's come back tomorrow.
Look like garbage gonna get picked up.
Oh, looks like them hands gonna get dirty tonight.
A young lady who builds decks. She puts up fences, and somehow she can't manage to take her trash from the back room to the front.
I do it during the day when it's light. I'm scared of the dark.
So
you worry about the raccoon?
That is a lie. I don't know what you
is
late
it in the
night.
garage?
Don't let mistaken tell
Well,
y'all.
come
she
over
was
here.
down, baby.
Like you said, you were with me. If you come over here, we could take my trash to the front together.
Who is we? Tell us, man.
I can't
Who
even
is
grab
we?
right now. Not gonna happen.
Who is this we? You speak French now?
We.
Call your husband. He'll give you the motivation.
Yeah, I'll motivate you. Do you want?
If my wife called me talk about I can't take out the scrap, take the goddamn trash. Like that's what
He's finishing his last day of his guys trip, so I'm gonna leave him alone. He's coming back
Do
tomorrow.
not call him for
Damn,
that.
words I would never thought out here in life.
Well, let me
That's
ask
what
y'all,
I'm
do y'all
talking
think it's okay for either or to go on like guys trips or girls trips if you're married?
No.
Do you think polygamy is okay?
No.
Then y'all
For
think-
me, personal choice. No, let me rephrase that. Yes, I think it's okay for those who choose it. Is it okay for me? No. At least not at this stage in my life. That might change. I told y'all I'm open to it if I'm about to die.
Well, no girls trip.
I'm of the opinion that everybody needs to reset. And if you got married and you trust your person, then either you trust them completely or you don't. Period. Like that's what it comes down to. Either you trust them or you don't. And if you don't trust them, why the hell did you marry them? But as for my chick, hell no.
I was like, where the hell is the shoe gonna drop?
Wait, why though? Why would, if you trust, based on what you say, if you trusted them, why wouldn't you?
I will say,
if you trust your partner, why wouldn't you be okay with them going on a guy's trip or a girl's trip?
Because we can't my partner is definitely not going to be a guy.
Here's the traditional answer: it's okay for men. It's not okay for women. Sorry.
Why?
You seen the movie Taken, right? You seen the movie Taken, right?
Uh-huh.
It's biographical. Just think about that and don't go on no girl trips.
Yeah.
Well,
but
so
that was just with one girl. One girl got
I was
taken.
gonna say, that is actually where I'm at with it, because for some reason I don't know why we do it. It's becoming more normal, but the circumstances are still the same. It is very unsafe for a bunch of women. First of all, it's very unsafe for a bunch of women to be out without men in especially foreign countries or other areas, right? And then the world looks weird when you see a bunch of married women by themselves. Like nowhere on earth do people be like, what the hell are they doing here? Oh, look at them going on the boat with dudes that are not their husband. Their husband ain't been, like, you see what I'm saying? So I don't know.
You know that recent incident that happened in Mexico? If her boyfriend would have came, I doubt that would have happened to her. You know what I'm talking about? It's Shantina Robinson or something?
Shaquela,
yeah.
They would have done her like that.
Well, then wasn't there an incident where the guys got shot? They were with the girls. The guys got killed.
I think they was going to.
Oh no, that was the lady going to get well, they got hemmed up by the cartel.
They were drug
There's nothing you
dealers,
could do in that.
She probably was
They thought they were a rival Caribbean gang. Like they they had dreads and stuff. So I don't know if people know this. Like Costa Rica has like Caribbean people in it too, like black people in it. So they thought they were some of those dudes and ran up on them.
Man, they was down there trying to buy fentanyl, man. We all know why he was down there.
But go ahead, Enos.
So, to the people who are open to polygamy, and we're gonna say polygyny, right? Is it cool if your co-wives take a trip, or is it just like other girlfriends that are not allowed to?
That's a
good question.
No, that's a
wives trip. Wives trip.
Good question.
It's a couples trip.
Look, I really, in all honesty, I don't care if I'm gonna make you my wife. Real talk. If I'm gonna make you my wife, I'm gonna trust you either way, because keep in mind that I travel for work, and like I'm at work at least 8-9 hours a day. You could be doing damn near anything. So either I trust you or I don't. Like some guys aren't cool with it. I personally don't care.
They could. I think they could.
Yeah, I don't know if it's about trust. It's more about safety than anything.
I was say if I was into that, I would plant a snitch in the group.
I don't know. I plan on getting a $400,000 insurance policy. So I mean,
well, one thing with women, I know, like guys say things about safety, and not to say that something can't happen. But what I was going to say is, women are trained to travel in groups as a safety measure anyway. Like we're accustomed to doing that because of safety. So, like,
I'm not saying it that way. What I'm saying is,
it's not going to work though.
I think the world is starting to grow a little intolerant of all of this freedom that women have, simply because it's setting bad examples for the women in the culture wherever you're going. So I know in the Arabic country, they're about tired. They're about tired. So now they're starting to practice more feminism. Look at these women alone, but we can't ignore the fact that as the more independence and more freedom that women get, the more the violations and crime against them, the higher it gets. So those things are going up hand in hand. So more women are coming home in body bags and not coming home at all, right? As this goes up. I don't ever see the reason for a woman leisure trip without her husband once she's married. I don't see the reason.
But see, this is where I tell you in terms of the difference between why I wasn't sure would I be considered modern or not. Because in our marriage, both of us go on trips. Like he's just gone for his guy's trip. I didn't go on my girl's trip this year because I wanted to go somewhere specific and they changed it. And then I said, never mind, I'd rather not go. And so him and I are, going to be renewing our vows in August. So I said, I'll just use that extra money to go towards that.
I didn't know. So I'm going to bring it up again. So I'll bring up the vow thing we were talking about again in a few months. All right.
Yeah. So yes, it will be our 20 year
Nice.
So I'm excited about that.
I'm going to change the wording around and send you some new vows to
Will
the
be
one I
in
sent you earlier.
Seychelles. I will not be getting on my knees doing those that
You
vow
damn
that
sure
you
will.
said.
I'm going to fly. I'll fly to the chalets myself.
Let me before I forget, because Mike said he didn't think that those Bible verses were for men. So let's I do have them handy here.
She brought
She
receipts.
came back there looking it up.
She brought receipts.
No, they were already here. They were already here. I knew God needed to show up today. It's Sunday, so I had them on hand. You know?
Let's
Sugar
hear
Mike, can you look up the inverse of what she about to say?
Sure.
Man,
You know,
just
I
put her
wouldn't
fingers ready,
lie
bro.
about the Bible. Now, would I?
Interpretation is a real thing.
Let me see now. Let me find it. I don't know which one is which because y'all know my eyes bad. Give me a second while I look and see which one. Damn, my phone did. Shit. Oh, sorry. Let's see if this is. I'm gonna do it real fast.
You heard her, Hank, right?
I was about to say something.
You heard her. You heard her. Call her out.
Okay, so here goes some stats. Can y'all see that?
No, I can't.
Go to the little. So if you go to the right dots on the side of your thing, and you can zoom it.
Blow it up.
That's what Sugar Mike said, though. It says whoever commits adultery with a woman is out of his mind. By doing so, he corrupts his own soul. Adultery is with a married woman, if I'm not mistaken, right?
I said it.
All right, go to the next one though.
Remember, this is why we have pastors to interpret.
But that's also
You still on the.
I can't see it. So.
Never commit adultery is Exodus 20:14. Hebrews 13:4. Let marriage be kept honorable in every way, and the marriage bed undefiled. For God will judge those who commit sexual sins, especially those who commit adultery. So if you're supposed to be a virgin when you're married, that might be a sexual sin, and then adultery. So men sleeping with, which is what Trigger Mike was saying. I think it reinforces Trigger Mike's point.
Let's look up adultery. I just thought that could be either or. Like if
So
it's
that's
adultery.
the way no, that's what I thought my whole life.
Okay.
That's what I thought my whole life. When someone put it to me like that, and they were basically saying it's not that men can go out and do whatever they want, it's the expectations that men and the steps that they must take if they decide to be with other women. Like I've heard this really broken down a lot of ways. So that's why I said it's debatable. I didn't say it was right. I said debatable.
So adultery didn't mean that it's just either a man or woman that is having a sexual relationship with somebody who's married.
Right, but
so you're saying it is not what I think, Mike. What you're saying is the general definition that we typically go by is that is a sexual relationship between a married person who isn't their spouse.
Yep.
But what you're saying is biblically, or that's being debatable, is that it's when the husband steps out.
And you know why that sounds like a new age definition? The usage of the word spouse. I don't think traditionally when they were talking about this, they were using the word spouse, which was interchangeable. I think
so understand that
they added it. They added it in the New Testament. I think they added it in the New Testament.
Okay, so real fast though, it says, "For God will judge those who commit sexual sins." Then there's a comma, and then especially. So sexual sins. So when we talk about sexual sins, you're also talking about fornication, which also includes lust. Meaning you can be lustful even with the eyes. You not even touch her, but because you have lust for her, you are committing a sin in the Bible.
Yes.
So that is period. It had nothing to do with adultery. It has something to do with sexual sin.
Well, we all born in sin, so I guess they expect.
I'm done.
That's a Christian belief. Don't put that on everybody.
Remember the Hebrews verse basically separates the two. It says commit sexual sins especially. So all sexual sins are egregious, but adultery is especially
for real.
Yeah.
And it also piggybacks that that's one of the only sins that he gives you permission to leave the marriage for.
Yep. Most
sexual immorality.
Yep.
Fornication.
So damn, I wish I could go back and ask this guy. He was at a party or something explaining this why men couldn't do it. But he was like, nobody knew he was a pastor the whole time. So he's breaking it down. But Damn, what did you say, Harrison Davis, just now? I was about to piggyback off.
Oh yeah, it was just fornication, sexual immorality. Now it was only Christ that said that if you lust in your heart, that you're also committing adultery. Now some people do argue that that was more hyperbole than actual, like him saying like, "Yo, you can't be lusting."
Yeah, but that's people who add things to the Bible because people do that too. So we're going to go by what he says.
Let's read those super chats. I'm getting tired. I can't braid my hair like Shan. Maybe I can, but
oh yeah, I'm not gonna braid it tonight though. It's gonna go up in a bun.
No, stop.
Is birth control a sin?
Blow that for you, Mike. That's all for you, Mike.
Is birth control a sin?
I think it is. I think it is a sin possible.
Don't Catholics believe it is?
You know, some people don't believe in any type of drugs, period. Like if you like I don't even think Jehovah Witnesses want you to.
Did she say Jehovah?
Jehovah Witnesses.
Jehovah.
You know, I'm from Alabama. Like, we're gonna put a swag. We put some swag to them words, honey.
All right. Y'all gonna pull up the super chat?
Where is it at?
Damn. Patty didn't know the words.
Okay, I got it. Did I? Okay. I know, Mike, you said don't read his full name, but out of respect, that's his whole name, so I'm gonna say it. AI Jack 2 recharged to knock it off, $10. So y'all just gonna blow past my monogamy a super chat. Man, I'm on my Enter the Black Dragon ish. Do you women know what monogamy means? One intimate partner for the rest of your life. Modern chicks aren't monogamous.
Okay.
I think, yeah. Okay, I'll leave that alone.
I'm sorry, AI. I mean well by that.
Dig Big NRG, $2. If she goes to Jamaica or Greece, leave her.
I think Greece is so beautiful.
I want to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna go.
Both countries, you should be accompanied with your partner.
I would go with a man. I wouldn't want to go by myself. I would definitely go with my significant other.
And did y'all hear that they're being rude to women in Jamaica now? I just heard that.
Why?
I don't know. I've already been. I tried to double back.
That's not true. I was in Jamaica not all that long ago.
All right. Well, yeah,
somebody,
it was
like
somebody.
I don't want to see nothing crazy in the chat, but I just want to say that is not true. They're plenty sweet to women.
All right, just making sure. No, it was in another group chat.
Hey, I was just there last week. Last week I was there.
With your boys?
No, me and my lady. So don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Wow, you tried it. Tell her, you tried it.
AI Jack 2 recharge to knock it off, $10. Last one before I go. It's kind of tradition at this point to isolate and big simp on one of the ladies. Tonight it's Inaz. So y'all just gonna pretend y'all not in the presence of a goddess.
Yes, goddess.
We respect it. We respect it.
I thought he said that was the last one. AI Jack recharge to knock it off, $10. I'm just joking, Jack. I'm looking at Inaz and she got my heart like fluttering, got me flustered. Her voice though. Anybody else trying to dip her honey milk? What? Dip her in honey milk and wrap her up in silk gold?
Yo, y'all show some respect
in the next wifey.
These guys, honey.
At least they understand it's not happening in this life. Like what? Dip her in honey milk. But I think Malevolent Elephant said it.
Hey, Mike, the worst you can say is no, man. That's the worst. That's the worst he's not to say is no. Ain't nothing wrong with shooting your shot. Every man should shoot a shot if he feel like he need to.
If you're gonna spend this type of cash, I guess he should.
Thank you, Inaz. I appreciate all of this.
Look, in the business world, silence is a form of acceptance.
AI Jack 2 recharge to knock it off.
I'm joking.
$10. I know I made a mean video about you, Inaz. I apologize. He did. I was in my feelings. I don't think you are damaged goods. Huh? You're perfect, and that hurts because us mortal men are not. Inaz, can I be your male BFF?
You see, this is where the sex
This
get
is
us every
giving.
time.
I'm gonna break up with her and then harass her, come back, and then break up, come back, break up, come back. Like,
okay, this is
AI.
weird. Dub Will, $5. Jehovah Witnesses don't believe in blood transfusions, not taking medicine. Yes, that's true.
Thank you for correcting me. Where's my
All right, Jack. I would just drop. Jack. $10. Although I do miss Coach K's twin, that I only recently discovered was a thing. Inaz, you're not my second place runner-up obsession pick. It was you the entire time. It was always you, Inaz.
That's
Okay.
right. He's doing his shot.
Yo,
He's
y'all
putting
keep
up more
getting
shots
super
than Kobe.
He better be the channel sugar daddy for the night. Our sponsor, AI.
Enter Black Dragon, $5. If a man's sexual requirements are being met, there are no reasons to seek satisfaction elsewhere. Cheating is a failure of women before men step out. I beg
disagree.
to differ because
I wholly disagree.
And Shan, you know who I'm referring to, whose wife never, ever, ever, ever denied sex ever. And stuff still happens. So that's
look. Most men will not cheat if they
We're
keep
not
sex.
ready for this discussion, boy. We're not ready for it.
Most men
It's
won't
too late.
cheat.
Yeah, it's kind of late to be having this.
Exactly. We maximize the minimum and minimize the maximum on this issue every time.
So, but before we move on, I just want to make a quick comment on this.
Oh, you gonna say yes to AI?
No, I'm a so here's the thing, right? Like, we can't talk about a man's nature and then talk about a woman's failure to satisfy a man. If a man's nature is to never be satisfied by one woman, then how is it in any shape or form one woman's failure to lead him into another woman? Like that, the contradiction in the messaging doesn't exist. I think more men need to be more honest. Either one woman isn't enough or she is. Because this idea of projecting, like Trigger Mike mentioned earlier about like women's like their own evaluation of themselves, their own self-worth. We can't have that conversation and blame women for something that inherently is not enough for one man. So either be honest that one woman isn't enough and we can have a conversation moving forward with intellectual honesty, or deal with the fact that like there is something else missing. Like you can't put two and two together because it's just such a much for women to try and navigate, which was my first point in the first place. Like being a woman is so criticized from both ends that it's like walking through a field full of landmines at this point.
Yeah, I think there's further context that's needed though, because outside of a man's nature and his desire is actual access to do anything about it. That's my entire point. Regardless of a man's desire, most men cannot access or have access to women to cheat with. That's my point.
Trigger Mike, name me one area of the world in any point in history where prostitutes have not been accessible.
I was just thinking.
No, I'm talking about outside of paying for them.
But
there's not only is there a morality, there is a real palpable fear that men will get caught, lose their jobs, and lose their family.
But then we have to define what paying for them means. Is it dinner? Is it a movie? Is it an Uber ride? What's paying?
I'm talking about going to Cincinnati in Houston and picking up one of them stragglers. That's what I'm defining it as.
Some brothers can't afford to cheat. They just can't.
Yeah.
But most men can afford a swipe right and an Uber ride. So like you're still paying. You really are. And I think that's the part that has me tripped up over this is like.
But you said swipe right in an Uber ride, but men aren't getting chosen on those apps. Women actually deny what it's like 80% or more of men.
They only swipe right only 5%.
Yeah, that's what I mean by access. It's like
small percentage.
Regardless of a man's nature, like most men do not have the ability to do anything about it because they won't be chosen by said woman.
Great,
right?
Wonderful.
It's a small group of dudes who'll be like, "Hey, ho, come here," trying to hit that. Very small group.
So then, okay, we say that, but then like there's the small group of Pookies and Ray Rays, the small group of high value men, and both of those groups are smashing, but together they can't be a small group. So like, we need a little bit more context in this conversation.
But both ends of the spectrum, there's also the middle, and those men, the high value men, who are also, when we use the term high value men, we always define him as a single dude. He's actually not single. Most of those men are married. So take them out. And then, it's in the middle. You have most married men who marry a woman and give her sexual exclusivity because that's the only sex they're likely going to get for the rest of their life. It's not like they out here.
But then Ashley Madison comes out, which is the #1 cheating platform, and says that isn't true.
What is the #1 cheating platform?
Ashley Madison.
Ashley Madison. It's literally a dating site for married people to cheat.
Yeah. I've seen the ads.
So we're not going to question your algorithm.
I've never heard of that.
Moving right along.
It's like the same white girl in a bra sitting there like this. I've seen it.
But so like those statistics don't necessarily add up either. Like I don't know if it's my own cognitive dissonance or if I'm being overly critical of the situation, but I'm listening to people, I'm watching the statistics, like the math is really not mathing. And I don't know who's being dishonest about what, but like this really is not making a lot of sense, to be honest.
Ashley Madison
I
got
agree.
65 million members.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you. Like even when you look inside of our social circles, the single guys can, like, my single friends don't have a single problem.
Let me delete this from
I don't actually know any men that have a problem of getting it. So I don't understand. Like when y'all mention those stats, I'm always like, where's that group at? Like, where's this large group that you guys are talking about? That's the majority of men that aren't getting any.
They hear. I hear them talking about it.
And I agree with you, AP, because I haven't been around any men who have said that they have a hard time. There's typically one woman that at least one that's available. So
search Black Pill. Search Black Pill. Search Black Pill. The men that subscribe to that. If you look at the men that are raging the most, probably in the red pill, it's a lot of men who going through this. I didn't think it existed either until I came to the space and start like exploring around. And that's where this incel term come from. Involuntary celibate men. Like
now, is it? But Mo, can you question, like, I guess clarify this. Is it that they're not gaining access to the women they want? Or is it that they're not gaining access to any women at all?
I
think there's a difference.
It's a bit of both.
It depends on the
man. I think it's just both.
Okay.
I think these men are not desirable to women in a sex. Like I would say there's a cluster of men that need to offer commitment to get stable sex. So when outside of that, they are not desirable by women for one night stands, casual sex, or any other arrangement like that.
So again, this statistically speaking, right? They are a very loud minority.
Who, incels?
Yes. Right. We're not talking about the men who just get called incels. We're talking about like actual incels, right? They are a very loud, very dangerous minority. I understand with like social media and the way people are not are having less human interactions, that number is probably going to grow in the future, right? Because women demand a certain level of not just emotional intelligence, but social aptitude from a partner. And yes, I'm using partner because I'm not referring to marriage. I'm talking about sexual engagements, right?
Mm-hmm.
I understand that number is likely to grow with the growth of like working from home opportunities with AI and all of this stuff, that like actual human interactions is slowly dwindling. But at the end of the day, like they don't make up the mass majority of people. The mass majority of people have some sort of access to sex, right? AP was saying earlier in the show that some men are willing to smash a chick who is nowhere near attractive in any shape, way, or form, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if that is true, and if it is also true that women are having sex with people that they are not attracted to, how does this make sense?
What women?
But
What
hold
women are
on.
having sex with dudes they're not attracted to?
Let me
Most
ask you this.
most women have at least one person. Most women who are sexually active have at least
Yeah.
one person that they're like really ashamed to admit.
Oh shit! All you ugly niggas, listen up.
Yeah, but the majority, but
of
but
women,
but
they,
the
the
tables have
majority of
flipped though. The majority of the virgins today, there are more virgin men than there
Male.
are women. You know,
And
let's
what
just be
age group
fair.
are we talking to? Because
Like
I
what?
think that's a
Oh,
difference too.
all the
All
wait, it's 30. The recent numbers they took were actually over 30 years old.
Okay.
There were
yeah,
far more male virgins than there
yeah,
are female
far
virgins.
more male virgins than
But
there are.
and the worst part about it is that if you are black, like looking at the black community, women only like a certain type of guy. And if dudes don't have the ability to make himself that, like we know the type of guy they go for, that they all literally get salivate and their panties drip for. Like everybody knows that type of guy. That's why I'm like the dudes who are socially awkward, like you said, can't hold a conversation. They're automatically disqualified and they don't even try. It's like they don't even show up.
A lot of men are sexually invisible to a lot of women. And
Yes.
and y'all just don't want to be honest about it.
See,
That's
I'm
the
willing.
thing about it.
I'm a guy, and I'm willing to be honest about it. What is it? What is? Let's just call it. What's the percentage? Right? Give me any roundabout percentage, because I have questions.
I just
So
really
Not that
so the
most
way
men are reaching out of their league, like we've talked
no
about before,
no,
where
no,
we
it's not
talk
even
you
about
that.
so
you're a
mistaken,
four,
mistaken.
but you want a 10.
You've never been an ugly nigga in your life. You better hold on. You've
Exactly.
never been
Thank
one.
you.
So
I've been
They
one my whole
cannot.
life, so come on now.
They
40 about
okay. Go ahead.
40%. I think 40% of the top men and the 40% of the top women are all having sex with each other. It's only the small 10% that has access in having their way with everybody. There is a bottom 50-60% that are getting no play.
Dope. Okay.
wait,
So
wait, wait, wait.
I'm a low ball it
One
real quick.
second,
Let's just say 25%. That would be 1 out of 6 of us would know at least one guy, one single guy who can't get any play. Anyone of y'all know a guy like that?
Yes.
I don't.
Because I don't. I legit don't.
Yeah.
Well, because well, hold on. We need to add a little bit more context to that
Yeah.
because you tend to congregate and be around a certain caliber of men who are cut from a different cloth. Those men that we're specifically talking about who meet this metric, you're not in community or proximity to those dudes. You're not
You ever
talking
been
to
to
those dudes.
Comic-Con? You'll see a lot of them.
And there's
Exactly.
girls that participate in those as
The
well. That's
spaces
what I'm
that
trying
Right.
to
those dudes go
say.
You
to, you're
you ever
not
been
at.
you ever been to a cosplay? You'll see a lot of them.
Yeah, the girls aren't having
So
sex
I know
with the
exactly what
guys
you're
at the
talking
Comic
They
Con.
be
about.
putting
And let
on
me just
Star
say,
Wars outfits and shit. Yeah,
yeah,
you
they
ever seen
do.
them
Wait,
too?
Okay, wait.
Let me
So
just say this real fast, real fast. I know exactly
Hey,
what
Mike,
you're
like
talking
where I
about.
get my action figures at, they full
I
of 'em.
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
listen. I actually, there's a place here in Atlanta, and I went on Mondays. They have it on the Beltline, and it's a line that's wrapped, and you're right there in the superhero outfits, absolutely. But it be women in them superhero outfits too, and they be holding each other hands, being all awkward together.
Yeah.
So they be getting women. It just don't be
They don't-
like
you know,
they like each
that
other,
those
which is a good thing
those
about
are their friends. Those are their homies. I'm telling you.
wait,
Those dudes be friend zone so hard.
Yo,
They
Hang
for
on
follow
one
real,
them
those
second.
dudes get no
everywhere. They
play.
give them money.
No,
They be
no.
holding their drink, but they don't let them hit. They don't let them
Okay,
hit.
so y'all
You my
know
best
that
friend,
I heard
Jeremy.
all this stuff. So here's the thing, right? It's like maybe traditionally that was true. I think with this new wave of what women are attracted to now, especially the younger ones, there's no way. With
All right.
like this whole like BTS culture, the comic culture, the softer looking guy culture, the increasing number of women who are specifically are targeting medium ugly dudes.
Medium ugly.
Yo, you coined this shit. We gotta.
No, I'm
you
telling
coined
you,
this.
like the numbers don't add up.
But what
They
about
don't.
ugly? Those men exist too, and
They've
they
always
make them
existed. No, they've always existed. Like society has always factored those in. And I'm not, again, my point isn't that like incels do not exist. My point is the amount of men that we're seeing don't have access to sex that isn't through a paid professional, right? Is not as big as the way that these conversations are being made to sound. Like it can't be. There's no way.
I
But
thought
let me
that
ask
too.
you a
Talk
question. Let me
sound at
ask you a question.
30%
Do you think that these men are coming out in mass to tell you that they're getting no play, and the ones who are paying for it are going to openly tell you, yes, every Saturday night I go down to the Piggly Wiggly and get my rocks off? That's not happening.
So here's I think that's a good point, Louise. So here's my thing, right? I think the same way that women are
Luis is a funny dude. Luis, you're funny as hell. I love it.
He was like, let me get this off, right? Because I think the same way Trigger might keep saying that that the average woman is pricing herself out of the market. I think those men who are on the lower parts of the totem pole are pricing themselves out of the market. I think they too feel like they're entitled to the Instagram baddie, or they're not going for the women who are also threes.
No,
I don't think men think like that.
No,
Absolutely.
no.
Absolutely
All right.
not. Absolutely not.
First
Y'all
off,
got
your
it.
boo just broke the bank. By the way, somebody.
We got to go ahead and read it, and then we can continue a little bit.
We gotta.
Nah,
He
Where's
dropped
the
the 50
horn?
bomb.
y'all give me a second. Y'all give me a second. So Shan, Enaz, and Mistaken. You telling me this dude, this is all good for you? This dude is getting played. That's what you're saying. Chat, all the ladies in the chat, you'll give the ass up to Little Richard and George Clooney's son. That's what you're saying. Okay.
You'll be amazed that there are full-blown men who dress like women who are getting played. It's like
But they're like, when you talk about BTS, you also got to factor in that these dudes are some of the highest status dudes in the goddamn whole world.
Yeah.
Like, and they're not fat, they're not out of shape. They got music, they got talent. You just not picking no random dude off the street.
Great. So can you explain the rise of attraction to dad bods then?
Well, the idea of being attracted to a dad bod.
Excuse me. Did you just say I'm out here winning? What did you say?
The attraction to dad bod is just that, oh man, this guy seems comfortable. You just want to be comfortable.
No,
you want
so
to use that dude in a certain season.
Hold on, Harrison. Because we can directly attribute this, the lack of marriage for women, and while they age, they're going to be more attracted to stability because they did not prioritize it before. Who are they more likely to be attracted to once they start looking for stability? Is a married man with time in that has established himself, that takes care of his family. That's me in the grocery store with my kids, always getting these fat booty chicks trying to bump carts with me, like, oh, excuse me, sir, and then lock eyes. I'm like, lady, this trick, it don't work, but that ass might be fat. But thank you, keep moving. Right?
Hey,
so
ladies, don't stop that trick.
They're
Keep
not
doing that
attracted to
trick,
dad
ladies.
bods.
Don't listen to Trigger Mike. Stop listening to Trigger Mike, ladies. Keep bumping me with the cart now. Y'all got to quit. Don't listen to him. I'm just joking.
Oh, okay. It's getting bad. No, it's getting bad because I told you, I used to be naive. I thought a well-meaning man that was married and only focused on, his wife and raising his family would be left alone. I thought society would acknowledge that. Some reason it makes women want to compete with your wife. I'm not even saying it's about me. Women want to be in competition with the woman who got this responsible ass man. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Let me address that because it's not weird. I will explain the mentality behind that. I don't care about breaking girl code.
Leave me and my dad bod alone, ladies.
It is there has become this thing where there is this like finite amount of men who are considered marriageable.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of thinking, because men will be like, will meet their homeboy's girl and be like, yeah, I want a girl just like her. Women don't function like that. Women say, I don't want somebody like him. I want him because he has a proven track record. That's what it is. Women are like, no,
Or
I'm not really
pre-selection.
in the work to figure out if he's worth it. This one, I already know. Somebody's already vetted him. Somebody's already figured this out. This should be light work. That is the problem with that.
Damn. That is
Pre-selection.
demonic.
Y'all
That
are
is demonic.
ruthless.
And when I say, look, you will get this, especially as a black man, knowing that women prefer, a man that looks and dresses a certain type of way. I will be in reef flip-flops and some Nike shorts and a white tee at HEB. And these ladies just, I think what it is too is that when you look like success a little bit when your children are trained and they following your directions, put your hand back in the cart. Like they like to watch dads in action. They love it. I don't know. That's sick to me. That's sick.
Yeah,
Right.
we can easily make sense of.
Let's hit these super chats, y'all.
I'll read it. These mistaken and Shannon checked out on us. All right, hold on. Chad Poole, $2. Women walk past men every day. Come on, stop it. My man AI Jack, 2. Recharge, knock it off. $50. Thank you for the 50 spot. Sir, I would never cheat on Inaz. After our hypothetical marriage, she is all in one woman. Friend, lover, side piece. I cannot understand how you aren't locked down. Whoever hurt you, I ain't him. But I can love you. But I can't love you neither. Shout out to Drizzy. Damn.
Dang, and now I dipped on it too.
Yep. AI Jack again. I'm out and broke. Inaz, best of luck. Any man would be privileged. I'ma head out. This level of big simping is making my skin crawl, and I threw up twice in my mouth. For you, Inaz, totally worth it. Damn, major simp. You got to get a number. You got to give him like a Google voice number. Or something,
I think that was that's so nice of you, AI. I love a romantic guy. You seem like you're so
shoot his boy. He's
awesome.
He's shooting from wherever he's from, baby. Wherever he's from.
You know what he sounds like? He sounds like a toe sucker. These are the dudes that suck toes on the first date. He sounds like a toe sucker.
AI, if you are still in the building, where are you from? Don't say Atlanta.
No, he ain't here.
Who from Atlanta?
I live in Atlanta. All right, you guys, gotta sum this thing up. I have to get back to watching my episodes of Suits.
Oh, what season you on?
I just listen, I have been cramming these things and I went out with somebody yesterday and he got me addicted on Suits.
I think that show's
I'm on
season 2. Yes, I'm on. I never watched season 1. I'm on season 2.
It's not even on anymore, is it?
So that was my it went off like 2-3 years ago.
But the you're not watching it.
Yeah, it was my favorite show for you. It was my favorite show. I would because I gotta binge all the old shows. Every few years, I do Suits, Breaking Bad, and Nip Tuck. I binge them all over again every few years.
Well, Breaking Bad is probably the best one you name.
It's the best show ever.
What about The Wire?
That's great.
Look, this is actually funny. Black shows like that traumatize me, bro. They take me to a dark place.
Trigger Mike, you watch Westworld?
Say that again.
Westworld?
No, people keep saying you would really like Westworld. Okay, I gotta watch that.
Yeah, Christopher Nolan's brother directed it. It's like top tier.
The Christopher Nolan Batman guy?
I did one season.
Oh,
I loved the first season.
So it must be dark. It must be dark. Okay, I'm gonna watch it.
You ever seen Handmaid's Tale? It's the gender war one.
Say that again. The title.
The show Handmaid's Tale. It's on Hulu.
Oh, Handmaid's Tale. Oh.
It's the gender war.
I know you alive.
Crowd Trigger Mike. That's the most anti-simping show alive.
I gotta watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Malevolent Elephant is a lie.
It has been ever so lovely to spend this Sunday night with you guys, and I do not want to go into Monday morning with you. So, with that being said, we're going to close up. Any final thoughts, young men and ladies?
Be honest. Tell the truth to people. And
honesty never hurt nobody. Well,
Marry before you carry. And men, watch
Marry
where you
before
put your
you
seed.
carry. I got a better one. Marry before you open your legs.
Hold on
Agreed.
now.
I got even better. Your
A
father picked
man
your
who's
husband
not
before you
married should
approved of it.
not be
Hey,
picking.
hey, Marcus. My daughter is sitting there. Daddy, are you gonna pick my husband? When I be saying it to her just on the low, and then her mom be like, because she be thinking like, oh, she should pick and you should approve. My daughter's on full daddy pick my husband mode. We're gonna keep that going till about 25, God willing.
I'm picking my kids,
Good
mate.
luck.
Talking about. Yep.
I know I'm gonna need it.
I would
All
say
right, you guys. It has been a wonderful day with you guys. I have been so blessed to be on such an amazing panel and to have such an amazing chat. I had a couple of shots, so I'm happy with it. So I want you guys to have an awesome week. And we will see you 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Friday, here on the Chic Lapeef Experience. Night. Whoop, daddy.